it will be converted into an action plan convened together with all the important stakeholders present over here today. Just to let you know that how we will be actually proceeding with this session, you already have a brochure over here which has all the detailed plan. We will be opening with our inaugural address by our chief guest as well as our chair. We will be then having the session 1, which is the policy compass, followed by a 15 minutes coffee break, and then a session 2 on capital for growth, and at the end, the last session is the exciting session on the new stage of the economy shaped by creative economy, AI, and sports, and followed by lunch.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today it's not going to be a monologue. Of course, there will be a comprehensive, coherent vision being outlined by the honorable advisors, the honorable ministers. But we would also like to listen to you. So throughout the day, throughout the half of the day, you'll be asked again and again for a piece of your mind about how you see the country, how you see the economies, how you see the future unfolding, evolving, unraveling, emerging. We'd like to see your vision. We'd like to see a piece of your bird's eye view of how you'd like to see the future for Bangladesh, for your own country, for your own company, for your enterprise, for the chambers of commerce that you are representing. More than that, we'd like to document you as well. So our boys and girls will be taking your bites, and not only the video bites or the audio, but we'd also like to interview you one-on, so that your voice is heard, listened to, recorded, and if you'd allow, of course, put on our social media. But more than that, fits into the narrative epistemologies that we deal with, fits into the architecture of thoughts that we have. So with that, we take the privilege of welcoming the Honorable Foreign Minister of Bangladesh and the President-elect for the 81st UN General Assembly, Dr. Khalilur Rahman. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Dr. Khalilur Rahman.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very warm welcome to all of you to this important event. As our new government, headed by Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Tariq Rahman, begins its work following a landslide victory in general elections last February, we have before us the task of redesigning our international and economic engagements against the challenges of slowing global economic and trade growth, geopolitical tensions, trade policy uncertainties, climate vulnerabilities, rising trade barriers, and structural shifts in supply chains. Moreover, the ongoing energy crisis to which we have been alerted, it has added a new layer of complications. We are not immune to these developments, which have crucial implications for our approaches to overall policy making in general and economic diplomacy in particular. This is the very reason why the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Bangladesh Investment Development Authority, BIDA, decided to organize today's event that brings together our partners and stakeholders for open and purposeful deliberations with a view to helping informed and participatory policy making. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we face, and we are not alone in this, many countries face the same challenges, are indeed critical. The growth prospect of our major markets are still in positive territory, but they are at a pretty moderate level, historically speaking. Now, if the growth prospects remain at this level, there is a likelihood that it might translate into sluggish consumer demand, and which will directly impact on our exports to these markets. So we will need to compete ever more fiercely in order to maintain and expand our export position. Secondly, financial markets and institutions are increasingly affecting production of goods and services and trade thereof. Trade flows have become increasingly susceptible to movements in interest rates or changes in investor sentiments. Countries like Bangladesh find it harder to raise capital, pay significantly higher borrowing costs, and remain acutely vulnerable to swings in market sentiments. While advanced economies are able to borrow at a rate between 1 to 4%, countries like ours have to pay anywhere between 6 to 12% or even more. Thus, our access to affordable and secure financing remains significantly restricted. Like many other developing countries, Bangladesh remains acutely susceptible to factors such as currency volatility, shifts in risk-taking appetite, and financial volatility on which we have very little control. Thirdly, climate vulnerability has introduced another difficulty in access to finance. According to UNCTAD, which recently carried out an investment policy review of Bangladesh in Dhaka, some climate vulnerable countries are paying to an extra amount to the tune of $20 billion annually in interest payment due to their climate risk. External debt and climate crisis are thereby becoming increasingly related. Fourthly, the ongoing energy crisis has already caused us to spend more on imported fuel. We are a net energy importing country. Increased fuel prices directly affect our cost of production and through that, competitiveness. By taking away critical funding that would have gone into development activities, we are likely to witness second-round effects of this reduction in fund availability in the years to come. The International Energy Association recently said that the scope of the current crisis could be even larger than the twin oil crisis we had seen in the 70s, 1974 oil embargo and 1979 Iranian Revolution. And it produced, those who are of my age would remember that all this produced a lost decade of development in 1980s. In our country, in our case, President Ziaur Rahman was visionary enough to help us dodge this bullet largely by shifting our focus on agricultural modernization, market liberalization, and laying the foundations of our ready-made garment sector, which is the largest, overwhelmingly largest export sector of our country. Finally, and very importantly, trade tech, which is the intersection of trade, investment, and technology, is fast defining the global economy and trade by making cross-border transactions faster and more efficient. Through the use of innovations like AI, blockchain, 5G technology, Internet of Things, and so on. These poses both a challenge as an opportunity, depending on how quickly and effectively we can take advantage of this fast-moving trade tech landscape. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today faced with multifaceted challenges, our Prime Minister has also come up with a very clear vision to transform these into new opportunities with three key goals: stabilize, reform, and elevate. We need to convert his vision into concrete actions as it comes to our work on economic and trade diplomacy. Distinguished guests, to begin with, we fully recognize that economic resilience needs to be built on firm grounds. Therefore, our immediate priority is to restore full confidence and trust. We want to assure our citizens, our local business community, and our international partners that Bangladesh is stable, predictable, and open for business. Our foreign policy will remain anchored in the foundational principle of friendship. To the esteemed ambassadors and high commissioners who are present at this event this morning, I have this to say to you. Bangladesh values your partnership deeply, as we have always done in the past, and more so today. as our economy is getting intertwined with your economies. We view our bilateral and multilateral relationships through the lens of mutual growth and shared prosperity. We are committed to being a reliable, neutral, and constructive actor on the global stage. We'll actively engage with our governments and organizations to modernize our trade agreements, pursue reciprocal market access, and ensure that our foreign policy serves as a bridge for our economic integration. Our embassies and high commissions worldwide are being re-engineered to act as proactive facilitators for trade and investment. We are here to listen to your feedback, address your concerns, and safeguard your nation's economic interest in Bangladesh. For the business community, the economic future is largely in your hands. The way you shape it, we will move forward. To you, my message is very clear and very simple. You are the driving force of our economic progress. And this government stands fully ready to power your growth. Let me assure you today that our government is fully committed to implementing deep structural reforms to improve the ease of doing business. We do not see the local business community merely as taxpayers, but as our primary strategic partners. This is why engagement with you is critical to the success of our actions. We are deeply committed to replacing systemic bottlenecks, which are many, I acknowledge, with policy predictability, transparency, and a level playing field for every entrepreneur, from our resilient SME sectors to our major industrial conglomerates. We are working around the clock to open new markets and secure supply chains. In our first 100 days, we have seen an exceptionally positive response from all quarters. Excellencies, challenges also bring opportunities. It is two sides of the same coin. Political transitions can bring questions, but they also bring the clarity of purpose needed for genuine transformation. Our government possesses the political will, the strategic vision, and the unwavering commitment to make Bangladesh the most competitive investment destination in South Asia. We view every foreign ambassador here not just as a diplomat, but as a crucial partner of our development. We view every business leader here not just as an investor or a taxpayer, but a stakeholder in our national success. Let this conference be the starting point of an open, continuous dialogue. We cannot do the job by one-off events. We must remain connected. We must remain in dialogue. We must get feedbacks from you just as we owe our response to your questions. Measure us by our actions, hold us to our commitments, and work with us as we rebuild trust and unlock the true, vibrant potential of Bangladesh. Once again, I thank you all for your gracious presence here this morning. I wish this conference every success in paving the way for enduring partnerships and shared prosperity. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Foreign Minister, for the very enlightening vision that he has shared. We would now move to the next part. We know that for any roadmap, the most important are the people who can draw it. And one of the most crucial artists for drawing the roadmap is our investors, particularly foreign investors. So in this part of the session, it's my privilege to invite our co-host, Bangladesh Investment Development Authority, and its executive chairman, Mr. Ashik Chaudhary, to enlighten us with what is coming in Bangladesh and what's the situation in Bangladesh when it comes to the investment scenario. Thank you very much. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. That was a discussion point. It was a conversation. Good morning, everyone. So I'll try it again. But maybe to the Argentina supporters, good morning. What about Brazil supporters? Good morning. And the rest of the world supporters who are not going to win the World Cup, but good morning. Thank you for showing up on a Saturday morning as the World Cup goes on. But honestly, we also want to thank you a lot more for sticking to Bangladesh for the last 2 years. It has not been easy. Thank you for believing in Bangladesh. Thank you for doing everything that you do for our country. And thank you for managing to... this is clearly not working. Technical difficulties. Let's see. Right. So, took a while to get to 500 billion, but we have gone to 500 billion. So, congratulations. Thank you for supporting us with that. We've seen fantastic results on FDI last year as well. But all of these, I think, actually is not necessarily the most important thing that has happened to us in the last 12 months. The most important thing that has happened to us in the last 12 months is we've got our country back. We have managed to set the core foundation of any democratic country back in action. So, great, festive, and fair and free election. I still have the marker in my hand, but I hope you enjoyed the election, and that really sets the boundary and sets the foundation for our country. Remember, we've always talked about policy continuity and stability, which is probably the most important factor for any investor to invest in Bangladesh or any country in the world. But what works very well is when we have stability with accountability. And the election really gave us that mandate. The party that came to power with a very majority mandate not only comes in to power based on people's vote, but they know that there is a lot of expectation from the people who have voted them. And therefore, the goal has been set very specifically through the manifesto. As you probably know, that this election has put us on the right track in terms of the economic growth, which we believe that it needs to be done through an investment-led growth strategy. And the end outcome of this is not only the trillion-dollar economy, but more importantly, finding jobs for over 10 million people. Now, government cannot employ 10 million people, obviously. So who will employ it? You will. And we are here to enable that employment journey. We understand there are challenges. Every time I ask any of my friends in the community, they either say there's no gas, or they say, oh, the logistics don't work, or there's just too much regulatory issues going on. So what are we doing about it? I just want to share a few highlights of what we are trying to do while we set our course towards a long-term plan. So let's start with probably regulations. You've seen a budget come out. I hope you agree with me and the rest of the community. That's probably one of the most investor-friendly budgets we've seen in a long, long time. There are numerous cases of deregulation that has been put through the budget. But one of the highlights for me in the budget is that we have now promised to come up with a process where you can actually start constructing your factory within 14 days. Currently, the number is actually between 180 and 365 days, depending on which industry you operate in. Just to get the permits takes for any Bangladeshi businessman in Bangladesh about 180 to 365 days. We are trying to cut it down to only 14. We are merging a lot of government entities. We have a very fractional government, so you will see unification of a lot of agencies inside the government. We are trying to move from manual service or a parallel manual and digital service to a 100% digital service. So you'll see a lot of progress in Bangladesh. I know we have the ICT advisor later today. He will cover a lot more about how we are building the digital public infrastructure. And then finally, we are trying to do sector-specific interventions. A great example of that, actually, in the last 1.5 months is in the shrimp export industry. People who are in that industry will probably know that we've made significant changes to take shrimp back to where it belonged about 20 years ago. Now, regulation is fine, but I think the primary challenge that our investors face is probably on the energy side. And for us, it is critical. We understand that we are a manufacturer-based economy, and therefore the only way we can excel is by making sure we have seamless support and availability of energy. So the strategy is very clear. On the power generation side, we will pivot back to solar through two things. One, we will be giving up all the unused government lands for industrial scale solar, and we'll be changing our rooftop policy so that it's much easier for the people like my father, for example, to actually implement solar panels on top of his building. On the supply side, for oil and gas, it has been a constant challenge. And if anything, as our foreign minister had mentioned, if we have learned anything from last 6 months, one thing we have to accept that we should diversify our source of energy. A team is actually out traveling at this moment, trying to do that. So you'll see a lot more communication on that from our side. On the other hand, we absolutely accept that we are probably 5 to 10 years behind in terms of energy infrastructure. So a big focus for this government in next 6 to 12 months is going to be to make sure the additional FSRU is on place, the land-based LNG terminal project kicks off, and also the ERL2 project takes shape. And then finally, logistics, which is my favorite topic. So I don't know if you have seen in about 3 days, I think about 3 days ago, World Bank came up with the global container port ranking, and we gracefully ranked 364th out of 400 ports in the world. That tells us our work is cut out, and we are a very proud nation, but we also have to be sometimes aware of the fact that how fast the globe is moving, and therefore it is absolutely critical for us to make sure that we have a global scale operator operating our ports so that we can compete with the rest of the world and allow our businesses to compete in the global platform. So we will do that in the next 6 to 12 months. You will see material change in logistics and port setup. You will hopefully see the Chinese economic zone coming up in Anwara, and also a potential free trade zone, which is being worked through at this moment. And then finally, which is probably one of our favorite topics, is the fact that the government has historically owned many businesses. We've always said, I think our finance minister talks about it, that we should not be doing business as government. We should be regulating, we should be enabling, we should be facilitating. And therefore, we are trying to get out of the business of doing business. And we will be pushing out government state-owned entities which are potentially unused, loss-making. There are about 20 of them that we have listed down. We will be doing roadshows about them and potentially handing them over to private sector through a pure privatization or a public-private partnership model. Now, all of these are fantastic ideas, but the biggest challenge, I think you'll all agree, in our country is executing them. So one thing I hope that you see from this seminar, this forum, the participants of this forum, the participants that you will see on stage the rest of the day, that we are actually operating as one government. This is a big change for me, having lived through now, transitioned through 2 governments in the last 12 months. But I do think there is a genuine feel within the political outfit and inside the government that we cannot win unless we work as one team. And the one team is not only inside the government, but it's also the rest of the people in this room. We need to make sure that we work together. We work as Team Bangladesh. And we really request you to let us help you to achieve your ambitions. Help us help you to achieve your ambitions. Keep us on our toes, keep on giving us feedback, keep on criticizing us, but also please recognize when someone in the government does really something very well, so that we have that trusted relationship between the foreign partners, the private partners, the local partners, the public, the members of the public, and the government. So I look forward to the rest of the day, where we will try to find plenty of time so that you can give us feedback about whether what we are doing is what you expect us to do, and maybe recalibrate some of our long-term plans. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. It was exciting as usual. And now to make the day more intense, more exciting, and to show that the whole government is literally in one shop and working together, we have a very pleasant surprise. The Honorable Secretary General of the Bangladesh Nationalist Party and the Honorable Minister for Local Government, Rural Development and Cooperatives, His Excellency Mirza Fakhrul Islam Alamgir. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, honorable colleagues, captains of the industries, friends from the media, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and assalamu alaikum. It gives me immense joy and happiness to address the hall as we chart the roadmap for trade, growth, and economic diplomacy 2026. Our theme is managing risks, leveraging resilience. It gives me both a sense of adventure and sense of direction. I believe that it captures the spirit of journey ahead. It clearly shows the government is ready to do anything and everything for the new Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, I haven't come here today as a panelist. Rather, I'm here to express our commitment and solidarity towards the cause. The BNP government is in charge for just more than 100 days, but our ambition is clear and unwavering to transform Bangladesh into a self-reliant, resilient, industrial country where every citizen is offered a fair share in prosperity and dignity. What I am pleased to see today is that we have a launchpad for this vision. The budget we have placed a few days earlier is a document and a benchmark for achieving this vision. Excellencies, distinguished guests, with the Bangladesh Nationalist Party back in the charge, after 20 years, we have started outlining a vision where small farmholds and small businesses are not left behind but are leveraged and elevated to the true engines of growth and resilience. We must remember that we have inherited a Bangladesh which has been devastated by the fascist regime in the past, recent past. The democratic institutions as well as the economic institutions were totally destroyed to create an autocratic society and an oligarchic economy. Our farmers and workers, our expatriates, build the backbone of the economy. Our highly distributed assets, income and wealth ecosystem have helped to create a formidable market of considerable depth, breadth and width. We want to address all these stories and embrace all our potentials. We believe that each and every single citizen of the country must feel that the state institutions work for them. We believe that each and every single citizen could work for them. Under the dynamic leadership of our Prime Minister, Mr. Tariq Rahman, our government is committed to providing the hard-working and fast-learning people of Bangladesh the skills, the tools, and the networks that they so richly deserve for ensuring a dignified life and comfortable living. And we aspire to achieve this auspicious goal by strengthening the local government architecture in such a way that both the governance and the government reach the people at their doorsteps. We believe that this vision and this architecture will be deeply satisfying for our foreign friends and allow them to leverage their capital and the network capability into solid and tangible market-based initiatives. Enterprise, a shared journey, a shared story. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and to our global partners, we look at the world with great expectations that the world gives us the credit that we deserve in the quantity, quality, and volume of our talent, our work, and our commitment to rule-based world order. With world order is our dream, with the whole world is our domain, and we are looking for friends who would walk the talk with us. For you, we offer a Bangladesh that is competitive, stable, ethical, and genuinely people-oriented. We invite you to invest in our vision. Trust me, you will not regret. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And with that message of hope, and again, ambition, we're here for the exciting first panel. We're heading towards the policy compass, advancing trade and investment. We have a very strong panel, ladies and gentlemen. We have Her Excellency, Ms. Shama Obaid, Honorable State Minister for Foreign Affairs, His Excellency, Mr. Humayun Kabir, Honorable Advisor to the Prime Minister for Foreign Affairs, Disaster Management, Relief, Aviation, and Civil Aviation and Tourism. We have the Honorable Advisor, Dr. Mahdi Amin, Honorable Advisor to the Prime Minister for Education, Expatriates Welfare, Labor, and Employment. This panel will be moderated by none other than the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Asad Alam Siam. So with that, we'd hand over the panel to the Foreign Secretary, and we'd request the honorable and distinguished panelists to come on stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning and Shuprabhat. Let us begin the first panel and discussion of today's event. So I will begin in a very personalized way. When we were young diplomats in the diplomatic training institution in Bangladesh, which we call Foreign Service Academy, we are asked to review the books like The World is Flat or The End of History. But at the fag end of our career, we are rediscovering that world is not flat, it has potholes, or history hasn't ended yet. And what we were taught that the whole world is a global village, it's not that global, or numerous villages have missed the global growth. So neither the peace is durable or sustainable at the face of the conflicts raging around the world, skirmishes flaring up around the world. So this is a new reality. And the recent wars in Ukraine or in the Middle East has faced us with three challenges: fertilizer, fuel, and food. The whole world is facing a tremendous onset of inflation, and the global growth seems very gloom. So this is a new reality, and here we are. So today's panel will be discussing how to position or reposition Bangladesh, its economy, and how to, in these new realities, new challenges, and how we can translate into these realities into our economic diplomacy plan and actions. But beside the words, we also have disruptive technologies. Many of the tech companies have bigger income than many of the GDPs of many of the small countries. And then there is nature, which poses us with climate change or even pandemic. So, Madam, Sir, thank you for joining us again. And in this new global scenario, which is in a kind of not so hopeful, how do we place ourselves in this situation from the foreign ministry? That we will be looking into it today with you. We have designed this conversation into two rounds of question. I have a common question for all three of you for the first round, and then a supplementary questions. Then we will ask you another questions, and then in the end we'll open the floor for Q&A from the floor. So I'll begin with the Honorable State Minister. Madam, let me pose the first question, and which is a generic question and common for all three of our panelists today, distinguished panelists today. The first question would be, Madam, how do we position ourselves when the broader global trade regime is retracting? And what strength should we build on, and what weakness we need to rethink? Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all. It is actually a remarkable event today because, as our Honorable Foreign Minister have rightly said in his welcoming remarks, his speech, that Bangladesh is now in a new era. And after a free and fair, credible election February 12th, I think Bangladesh is in a new journey where we are looking forward to a more open Bangladesh, where we are ready for investment, ready for business, ready for any kind of challenges that have brought to us. I would like to thank, on behalf of Foreign Ministry, all of you to be present in the early morning on a Saturday, on a weekend, to be a part of this event. It's important because a question may be asked. I mean, to answer your question, I would like to first say that one might ask that why we are having this event today. What is the reason behind it? What is the purpose? So when I started my work in the Foreign Ministry, I felt that Foreign Ministry is in many ways, or in every way, the eyes and ears of the government to rest of the world. So it is on our, our sole responsibility as a important part of the government that we actually talk to the investors, talk to our development partners, and try to understand their point of view, their problem, and also present the situation, the values, the commitment that Bangladesh government, the present Bangladesh government stands for. So that is what Foreign Ministry is doing. We are actually trying to build a bridge between the traders, the investors, our development partners, our friends, everybody that's present here, the trade bodies, the chambers, everybody have trying to build a bridge between you and our present government. Under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Tariq Rahman, we have actually presented a budget day before yesterday. The budget actually reflects what Bangladesh is trying to do, Bangladesh government is trying to do. The budget is from the farmers to the content creators to the businessmen. The budget reflects more or less everybody's aspirations. That is the goal. It is an ambitious budget, but we feel that it's achievable if everybody in this room, we are united, and as our BIDA chairman have rightly said, if we work as a team Bangladesh, that is achievable. So actually, we are here to talk about our challenges, our crisis, because as soon as the government started its first day, we were faced with a Gulf War, which is still going on. And there are challenges, there are crises, there's energy challenges, there are economic challenges, and not to forget that we have taken over, we have inherited an economy that was destroyed over the last 17 years. So build up on that, to build up the confidence of our development partners, our investors. It is, I think, Foreign Ministry is one of the most #1 priority. And we are committed to do that. Everybody I meet, every businessman, every investor I meet, I assured them that it is, Foreign Ministry is always open. We are ready to have I have already spoken to our BIDA chairman that BIDA and Foreign Ministry should always be united and working together to actually solve any problem, any crisis that our development partners and our investors are facing. So having said that, I would like to, Foreign Secretary, that I don't know if it answers your question, but that is, I mean, I'm a political worker, and I meet people from all walks of life every day. Even yesterday, I spent 1 hour with school children from my constituency who are so talented and who are so looking forward to a new Bangladesh. So when I talk to people, I feel that its government's, our Honorable Prime Minister is on the right track, and its present government's conviction, dedication towards building a new, prosperous and resilient Bangladesh. So that is what we feel that the Foreign Ministry has, that's what we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I have a supplementary question on what you just said, actually. We all heard about the Bangladesh First policy, Madam. Could you please explain us how does Bangladesh First policy is translated into foreign economic diplomacy posture of Bangladesh?
Bangladesh Nationalist Party have always had this foreign policy. President Ziaur Rahman, when he first, was in the government back in the late 70s and early 80s, that's the time actually he set the tone for Bangladesh foreign policy. Our Honorable Prime Minister Tariq Rahman have just took it forward and actually, put it in words. So Bangladesh First, as I always appreciate, our Foreign Minister always tells that it's not Bangladesh First, it's Bangladesh together with everyone. So of course, Bangladesh First means that our foreign policy is very clear. We want to proceed to strengthen our economic diplomacy, to strengthen our trade and growth. We, in the helm of our affairs, it will be the interest of Bangladeshi people. That is our sole priority. And keeping the interest of the people intact, we want to actually strengthen the friendship with all the development partners and the investors, all our friends all over the world. So that is very simple, keeping our dignity, our respect intact. So that is our foreign policy. And I feel that every country, every ambassador present here, representing their countries, will, I think, share the same sentiment, same values, same emotion, that we need to take care of our people, and that if we have that emotion, that strength, that positioning in our mind, I think that sets the tone for our foreign policy going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Now I would move to His Excellency Mr. Humayun Kabir, the Honorable Advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister on Foreign Affairs. Sir, I will ask the common question first and then a supplementary question. So the common question is, as you heard already, how in a period of uncertainty, where uncertainty is only certain, and where the global trade is retracting, how do we build on our strength, and what weakness we need to look into, and how to address those? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Mirza Fakhrul Islam Alamgir, Honorable Foreign Minister Dr. Khalilur Rahman, my fellow panelists, distinguished guests, excellencies, a very good morning to you all, and it's great to be here this morning. First and foremost, at the outset, what I would like to say is a brief line on the budget placed before Parliament yesterday, is that the government led by the Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Tariq Rahman, a government that has been elected by a 2/3 majority of the people of Bangladesh, yesterday placed a budget to get Bangladesh moving and unleash the potential of every Bangladeshi, inshallah, to get the economic engine of this country going again and give it a good kickstart. As my colleague, the chairman of BIDA, Ashik Chaudhry, said, it is perhaps for many years the most investment-friendly budget in the country's history. Now, coming back to your question, it is a very important juncture in world affairs. A country like ours must align foreign and economic policy in an integrated way. Foreign and economic policy for a country like Bangladesh, or many countries now, given the fragmented global landscape, cannot be too isolated apart from each other. So what does that demand? It demands flexibility in managing your foreign policy operations and delivery. Foreign ministries cannot simply be restricted to working in the traditional ways of simply managing political relationships between countries or the bilateral political relationships. It must transcend into promoting economic opportunities, promoting economic diplomacy. So in order to do that, there are new avenues of work that need to be attached, new avenues of expertise that need to be built in. We must prioritize our bilateral relations on what we want to achieve with our bilateral partners across the landscape of our relations that we project to keep intact as well as promote. So translating, regional connectivity is a big part of our government's foreign policy approach. However, we must be capable, we must have competencies built in to translate this regional cooperation and connectivity into tangible trade agreements. Therefore, in terms of working in government, the foreign ministry must be an institutional coordination point. It must transform into an institutional coordination point in working in a joined up way with other ministries. So be it internally, commerce, the Bangladesh Investment Authority, the Prime Minister's Office, there must be close joint up cooperation. Fragmentation in policy in such areas, sort of in the past, has let down the country's visibility and generally let down the people of this country because policy was not coherent. It was incoherent. So we need to build in coherent foreign and economic policies. There must be an integral joint up approach applied from the government, right from the top of the government machinery. And we are doing this, and we've started doing this from day one. Foreign policy must be made attractive and conducive to foreign investment. When we say Bangladesh first, we do not mean Bangladesh and nobody else. We mean Bangladesh, the priorities and the interests of Bangladesh, extending and welcoming collaboration with others, with other bilateral partners, multilateral partners, to open up opportunities to work together. So our investment, our foreign policy must be friendly. Our foreign policy must promote the ethical values that will attract investment. So it must be attractive and visible to the global political economy so that they make an informed choice in choosing Bangladesh as a place to come and invest. And we must make it investment friendly. So I hope with our initiation of the captain system, where foreign investors will not now need to go running around every ministry to apply for licenses, etc., wait on time, or doing things in an undefined way or an untimely way. This whole approach of attaching a captain to every foreign investment will provide a bespoke service to every foreign investor where they will be taken through the cycle of administrative procedures in a very timely way so that they can go and get the necessary licenses, have the necessary support mechanisms in place to actually move from investment into delivery. Also, as I mentioned at the outset, that the global landscape is somewhat very much fragmented. So for that, we need to build in investment that is secure, whether it's energy investment, secure energy investment, secure trade with sort of differing trading partners across the globe. We need to diversify our trade also and expand. So the garment sector, for example, I'm just citing one example here, almost, we've exhausted it for years. So that cannot be the garments and the remittances cannot be the only sustainable means to running and solidifying our economy. We need to diversify. The same support that was given to the garments industry, which is now one of the most thriving sectors in the world, we need to provide that same type of bonded support, and the Prime Minister and our government very much will now focus on supporting anything that is export-orientated. So more export-orientated businesses will get that support, anything with an export focus. And as I mentioned, for all that, institutional coordination is very important, right from the Foreign Ministry as well as the Bangladesh Investment Authority. As soon as the foreign investment approach comes in, it must move towards delivery in a very time-specific way and in a smooth way. Relationships, also regional connectivity, is an important part of our foreign policy, regional cooperation, and moving beyond also regional connectivity. I think we are a government that will favor connectivity, but, there's an important but, it must be serving our economic interests. So, having a corridor, it will limit transshipment costs, delivery time, it will provide efficient delivery time, costs can be saved on delivery. However, Bangladesh must pick up the economic output of that positively. It cannot be done in any one-sided way, but having, using corridors and having more connectivity, region and beyond the region. Anything that connects through Bangladesh to the southeast, Middle East, right to Europe, Bangladesh will welcome it. We will be a welcoming economy, a connected economy. That's what we want to be. And Bangladesh's visibility and global influence, as you've just recently seen with the UN General Assembly election. Cyprus was campaigning for 10 years. We had a campaign of 3.5 months, almost 10 weeks. We had to go and earn every vote. The fact that we've made a democratic transition, the fact that the people of this country rose and overthrew dictatorship, the fact that we came through a 2/3 majority, Bangladesh was on the high end of visibility of an emerging great democratic country with potential that everybody felt attracted to vote when we sought that vote on behalf of our candidate, the President-elect, Dr. Khalilur Rahman, sitting in front of there. So Bangladesh is moving. Bangladesh will be a global influencer for the positive. We are an emerging soft power that will, harness our relationships with the world to mediate and influence for the good. And Bangladesh will stand tall. From 17th February, Bangladesh stands tall, in world affairs and with its people behind it. It has no fear. It is a country that will go, and fulfill its potential in every avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you have spoken about the flexibility of interministerial operation. So you have also spoken about to go beyond the classical foreign policy tools and all this. But sir, the world is challenging in the sense that every economy, every country is aspiring to get a chunk of the global investment flowing. Every country is trying to get a chunk of global export going to different destinations. How do we remain visible? How do we remain competitive vis-a-vis other economies and other countries?
Well, that's why I said foreign policy must have an ethical attraction. People must be attracted to you with something. You must promote certain values that you bring attraction to. So you can, one, never move away from the democratic process. That is very important. The people of this country, as well as those who intend to do things, do it freely and openly. So these values must always be promoted too. Bangladesh has one of the largest youth populations in the world. What does it tell you? Shall we have a policy that looks backwards? No, we must have policies that look forward. So if we can make forward-looking policies, this country's attraction is of high value. Young people, talented young people. We have one of, it's one of the largest, freelancing hubs. People are sitting, in desktops doing very innovative, creative things in their own homes, from their own homes, in a very flexible way. So the potential of young people in this country is immense. So that must be advertised to the world, marketed to the world, and, we should talk about it with pride. You're looking at, potential growth sectors. Bangladesh still remains a fertile ground, actually, for a good return on investment. You will not get returns on investment as you do in Bangladesh, in other places in the world. So these are key sort of indicators. We have people, population. Some of you in this hall may think it's a hindrance, but it's one of the biggest assets perhaps Bangladesh has in a world that we see volatile, a world that is fragmented, in a world where, more armed forces are required, in a world where more, emergency assistance is required. Population, is becoming a big asset itself. So if we can mobilize this as a resource, as something positive, as something skilled in some areas, this is a big resource base that the world will be attracted to. So we got to know what we are good at, we got to know what we have, and then project it positively across the world. we have many things that many others don't have. It is just simple as that. And, we are good enough to be a competitive environment for investment, then in terms of, and challenge for investment to come to Bangladesh, in terms of, we would say, I'd say Bangladesh is will be a top competitor.
Thank
and
you,
we
sir.
will sort our traffic out soon as well.
Thank you, sir. Let me move to His Excellency Mr. Mahdi Amin, Honorable Advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister on the issues of education, employment, and migration. Sir, I will rephrase the common question again. I mean, is free trade is under challenge? Is a free market economy under challenge with so much of fragmentation, so much of new tariff walls coming in? And if that is the case, how do we again strengthen our stronger parts and then address the weaknesses that we have? To you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. I appreciate MOFA and BDA for organizing this incredible event. Thank you very much, Excellencies, our development partners, friends from various stakeholder communities for being here on a weekend morning. Thanks for joining us. You see, our Honorable Foreign Minister and my colleagues here on the stage and some others represent a government that has taken office through a truly free, fair, and credible elections where people voted us, and the overwhelming majority for Bangladesh Nationalist Party, BNP, on the one hand gives us a popular mandate, but also creates tremendous expectations. The expectations is to deliver the election manifesto, the electoral pledges that our Honorable Prime Minister placed in front of people during the pre-election campaign. If you see, over the last 4 months, we have made every effort to ensure that our electoral pledges are transpired into policies, and then those are enacted through the parliament wherever possible, or through different interministerial collaboration to make sure we are in a position to ensure the much needed transparency, accountability in the government. The fairness, equality, and justice that had long been missing in the governance system, our Honorable Prime Minister has instructed all the stakeholders within the government to ensure that those return. Also, the election manifesto, that is the cornerstone of how the country is run today. We saw the budget yesterday, day before yesterday, and there was a press conference yesterday. The media was there with the highest level of accountability, where there were questions about every step that we have taken. The foundation of every step that we have taken is indeed our election manifesto, and that manifesto says that we want to build a Bangladesh where the essence of democracy will be preserved. We want a Bangladesh where every Bangladeshi will enjoy the same rights, the same freedoms on the values of a rules-based society, where we will restore the rule of law, the freedom of expression, and human rights for every Bangladeshi, irrespective of their ideology, religion, position. Towards that journey, we want to work together. We want to ensure that the country thrives with inclusive development. A country where in education, in healthcare, we are investing the highest amount of money from our budget. You see the onus on the private sector through a budget that's pro-business, that's pro-investment, and that's prioritizing employment generation. Because our Honorable Prime Minister believes, as the government, our job is to ensure that we create the policy framework, we facilitate the private sector, the NGO, and the development partners to play their role and ensure that we achieve the ultimate goal, which is the empowerment and integration of all the communities in Bangladesh's development. We recognize the value of the youth and the women, the two most important segmentation of the society, and we are making every policy to ensure their empowerment, to ensure their development within the community, that they flourish. But as a government, any policy that we make, it's difficult to do it in isolation. The job of the private sector, the development partners, are much more important when it comes to execution. And that is the reason why we are focusing on privatization, public-private partnership wherever possible, and the budget itself reflects a highest degree of deregulation and liberal economic policies. For instance, for foreign investors, we've already announced easier policies up to 100 crore profit repatriation that goes by, and which was a major problem from the international investors. We are giving 1.5% incentive on any FDI that comes in, and there is regulatory intervention so that our investors can enjoy a streamlined process where the government will come up with more transparent and more meticulous procedure right from company registration to the operationalization. In education sector, we understand that there is a lot to learn from the global best practices from our development partners from other countries. And that is the very reason why we are focusing on technical and vocational education. We are focusing on third language to make sure that our students become global citizens from here. Even for healthcare, we are focusing on global best practices and pushing for public-private partnership wherever possible. If you go by every sector, whether for infrastructure, agriculture, or any other sector, it's focusing on a degree of decentralization. We understand that there is a wide variety of procedure that we can do for different policy executions, but we must ensure that there is that international connectivity when it comes to the on-the-ground execution of the policies that we are talking about. We understand that the policy of the BMP has always been to have those people-driven, pro-people policymaking. And when it comes to the international aspect, as a foreign secretary was saying, there are many things which comes to Bangladesh despite there is no direct relation of the country itself. For instance, we saw how the fuel price went up globally. But we, as a government, ensured that both the supply of the fuel and also the price remained stable compared to many other economies. And that is how the country should go forward, ensuring that the expectations and the interest of the people are served when we do our domestic policy making, and it's also reflected when we go on bilateral and multilateral level with our global partners. We want to forge a relation where the focus on any international connectivity will be on trade and investment, more employment generation, and we'd love to have relations, those will expand in education, in healthcare, in culture, in sports, and every soft side where there will be more connectivity, more people-to-people ties. We want to forge connectivity based on reciprocal trust, on mutual benefit, and a transparent process where the interests of both Bangladesh and any other country will be preserved in the same way. And that reciprocal benefit and ties will also ensure that our people have deep-rooted connections across the communities all over the world. So as we move forward in an increasingly globally connected world, we deeply value the role that our international partners are playing, and also as responsible stakeholder on bilateral and multilateral level, we'll do the very best of our ability to act upon that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You spoke about connectivity, then people-to-people interaction, connection, and these are actually strength. To that extent, sir, you are also looking after the migration aspect and advising the Honorable Prime Minister on that. Migrated workers, a bridge to connect the destination and originating countries and people as well, sir. How do we then improve the migration system, bring in more transparency and quality into it? So what's the plan from the policy-making circle on that, sir?
Thank you. Overseas employment and migration started in Bangladesh in Sheikh President Ziaur Rahman's time, who is the founder of the BMP. And the very ministry that I represent today, Overseas Employment and Expected Welfare, that was established by Prime Minister Begum Khaleda Zia. So the migration started at a time when President Ziaur Rahman was in office, and it thrived when Begum Khaleda Zia was the Prime Minister. So this overseas employment and migration sit in the DNA of BNP as a political party. If we see the pre-election campaign, our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Tariq Rahman, repeatedly articulated the vision that we have for our people to go abroad and work in other countries, where he emphasized that our migration policy should be orderly, ensuring that we follow a due diligence and a procedure which is transparent, which is efficient, and where we gradually, over the period of time, reduce the number of intermediaries. And our vision is also to diversify the market, not only for the unskilled workers, but also focusing more on skill development, capacity enhancement, where we can ensure that more skilled people can work abroad, not only in some particular countries, if we can diversify that market in itself, and ensuring, which right now stands about 5 to 7% women every year, we can send a significant number of women in the country where more than 50% of the population are indeed women. So we want to diversify the market, we want to diversify the type of job they want to go, and also diversifying the demography in itself. In order to do orderly migration, we are focusing on introduction of Probashi card, which is expatriate card. So moving forward, when we introduce it, every Bangladeshi who will be going abroad will be able to track them, trace them, and that will be in the government infrastructure. Also, we are focusing on streamlining process for visa application. For instance, every Bangladeshi who will be applying for visa, their financial documents will be trackable with the QR code. Their educational certification will be trackable. We are already we have introduced it 2 months back, a new scheme of giving up to 10 lakh taka loan for students if they want to go abroad for third language learning or short courses. We are working with the MOFA already. They have started the work of demand mapping. So Bangladesh has tremendous demographic dividend, where we have a large number of young people with aspiration to go abroad. So the supply is abundant, but at the same time, we need to understand what is the demand mapping in other countries and the type of skills that they want, the type of competencies required, and then we'll train our people according that line in our TVET system, technical and vocational education, and the technical training centers. So the global requirement by country, we're going to have that traced back in our education system, in our vocational system, and train our individuals towards that. But we also understand the value of certification. So the certificates that they're giving, we are in touch with various international partners to standardize their certifications so that those are globally acceptable. And our people, when they go abroad, the certification they offer, those are recognized in the receiving countries. Overall, we see the migration as part of a broader ecosystem part, where we cannot work in silo, but we need to work with the receiving countries, seeing a global integration, how we can play our part by giving them the right tools, giving them training, giving them the language expertise where required, and ensuring that the migration takes place in a transparent process where it can be traced back. And in some cases, we understand some people use any particular country as a transit point. We want to stop that as well. And as part of the orderly migration process, we believe we can actually untap the potential that our people have. One thing I would love to add is that in many countries, taking Bangladeshi workers is a top priority because of the discipline that they have shown, because of course, the cost efficiency is one part, but of course also the performance matters. So without the required degree of state support, if they succeed that way, I believe when there will be a policy alignment, they can take it further and have more opportunities, and the receiving countries or hosting countries will take more Bangladeshis towards that. Thank you. And one final point is, I've talked about the blue-collar jobs, I would say, but as we move forward towards white-collar jobs, we want to ensure that the diasporas, those are in various countries, can play a more active role. And the brain drain that we have had historically, we can transfer into brain circulation, where the diasporas and expatriate Bangladeshis can play an active role in Bangladesh, in our development. They can come in here, they can invest in Bangladesh, they can have the know-how and technical knowledge transferred in Bangladesh's ecosystem, And definitely the diaspora is there, and their representatives in Bangladesh. When it comes to trade and investment, we can facilitate them with the right policies, right tools that will be helpful for Bangladesh's global aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have jotted down a few words, and I think that reflects the first round of discussion. My take would be that the foreign policy of Bangladesh from now would be more human, people-centric, and the tools in the diplomatic tools box are more flexible. We need to also attain interoperability within the government. And we need to be more pragmatic and practical, and connectivity is an important issue that all of you almost mentioned. And you also mentioned that the recent budget also reflects the priorities of the government. So from here, we will move to round to set of the questions. Madam, I will begin it with you, and it would be quick one. What do we understand of today's theme, navigating risk and leveraging our resilience? Sorry, ma'am?
The significance of this today's event, I want to emphasize when answering your question, is that today's half-day event is significant because we have our foreign minister, our foreign advisor, our expatriate education advisor to the Prime Minister, and also we have our finance minister. We just had our LGRD minister and Secretary General of Bangladesh National Party here. We have ICT advisor coming and other advisors from the government in this event today. That means that we are actually unitedly, the government is united and committed towards the economic diplomacy in spite of the challenges and risks we have now. We have global challenges now. We have risks that we admit that we have risks, we have challenges. We have to maneuver through those challenges. We have energy challenge, we have economic challenge, but how do we go forward in spite of that? So that is the commitment today that we are actually delivering, that the government is united, every ministry, every aspect, every sector of this government, I think under the leadership of our Prime Minister is united to be more humane, to care. Because we want to send out a message today that the government cares, that we care about our farmers, we care about our teachers, we care about our doctors, we care about our expats, we care about every businessman in this room and outside of this room who is trying to make a living, trying to run their industry, trying to pay every month they're trying to pay their labor, so that we care about every single person in Bangladesh who is trying to help the economy, to boost the economy. So that is the message we are trying to give today, and we will actually, if the government is united and we get the help of the people who are present here, I think we can maneuver through the risks that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Now I move to Mr. Humayun Kabir. Sir, your jurisdictions also include tourism and civil aviation. So that also includes connectivity, which you have spoken about. So how do we see these two instruments, tourism and connectivity, within the diplomatic process and diplomatic activities?
Thank you. Thank you, Foreign Secretary. I mean, tourism is a sector that is highly interconnected with a country's foreign policy. If foreign policy is not attractive, tourism is likely to be facing the hindrance of such ineffective foreign policy internally. Tourism within the country is a vehicle to generate, foreign exchange comes in, stimulates private investment into the country potentially, and it drives employment. It drives employment across many sectors, many broad, value chains like transport, hospitality, within local areas. However, in terms of to get all this right, there needs to be this is what I see, or the government of Bangladesh currently is, before coming into elections, one of the things we looked at under the leadership of the Prime Minister, Mr. Tariq Rahman, is that we need to have a strategic tourism planning mechanism, which hasn't existed in the country for a long while. It's, if tourism can be organized, if the sector can be more organized, so just as well as having specialized economic zones, we could have potentially, tourism-free zones, where tourism zones are built in, because at the moment, you see, if someone goes to Cox's Bazar, comes for a holiday. Can you hear me? So after, say, if it's a 7-day, I think it's gone off. It's gone off. Yeah, I think this one's okay. So if someone, we got to make Bangladesh an attractive tourism location where people come in and potentially on a 7-day package, they have things to do. So if someone goes to Cox's Bazar, after the 3rd day, they cannot be bored, that they don't, there's no, I've been to the beach, stayed in a nice hotel, had some good seafood, and then I'm thinking what I do next. So having zones, creating tourism zones, and foreign investment, significant foreign investment interest is there, from the Middle East, from other avenues and locations around the world. There is serious interest, investment interest in that area, in the tourism sector. But, we need to have strategic planning, and we need to sort of integrate that within our foreign policy. It cannot be placed outside of it. And the other point is that, we plan to build tourism hubs where, they're away from overcrowded urban areas. And, as I said, foreign policy, economic policy, security policy in a country like Bangladesh cannot be too isolated from each other. It must be an integrated approach. So for tourism to also prevail, there must be, insurance of security, insurance of that people can stay, come and stay safely in Bangladesh, which the environment is absolutely there to do so. So yes, so it's that, I think, tourism, as I said, institutional coordination is important in answering the last question. And tourism is a strong part of, foreign policy delivery, where institutional coordination and joined up way of working to build a tourism sector fit for purpose that, that gives and generates, millions for Bangladesh. If Sri Lanka can do it, if, what does Sri Lanka have that we don't have? We can do it easily. So it's just we need to get organized, which, this government intends to do, and we will make and market Bangladesh as a great place to come and visit and stay and enjoy, for people from all walks of life, from all over the world.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the last question of today's discussion, conversation to you, to Mr. Mahdi Amin, Honorable Advisor. Sir, you are also looking after education. So do you see a disconnect between the skill requirement in the industry and the education that our institutions provide in the face of investment that we are asking from the global investors? Sir?
Thank you. I think we need to look after know beyond our Honorable Finance Minister who is here and who placed a historic budget in Bangladesh 2 days before in the Parliament, and there we saw a significant increase in the education budget up to 2% of the GDP. So that investment, I understand, is not for the infrastructure, but for the human resource development. We want to create a next generation of potential employees and entrepreneurs equipped with the right skill set and technicalities to shine in their chosen area. The education system that we envision is not one where everyone wants or needs to be a doctor or engineer. Anyone should shine in whatever field they want to choose, depending on their creativity. And we want to create an innovative education system where we're going to give the platform, the opportunity for every individual to succeed in their chosen field of excellence. That is the very reason why we're transforming an education system with the ethos of new slogan that we have, a learning with happiness culture, where we are giving them exposure to third language with renewed focus on extracurricular activities, for instance, sports, culture, Rover Scout, BNCC, Girls Guide, things like those. And there is heavy emphasis on technical and vocational education as well, which means the entire education system will be a supply chain for the next generation of potential employees, both at home and abroad. The supply will be connected with the demand mapping, what kind of industries they have opportunity to work for, what are the required skill set that they need, and that is also connected with pro-business budget that we have seen. The budget is encouraging more investment, more trade, and more FDI in Bangladesh. What is the main reason? The main reason is to create the employment. To manufacturing and production, we want to ensure that in TVET and TTC, we are preparing our workers to have more efficiency, to have global benchmarking when it comes to their productivity. And for white-collar jobs, gonna make sure that our universities have more industry collaboration. The linkage that has long been missing between the academia and industry, we are approaching it, we are addressing it, and if we see the reflection of, let's say, 1.5% incentive on foreign investment, so whenever there is an investment in any high-tech park, in economic zone, that foreign investment should be connected back with our education system to ensure that we produce workers who have the capacity to work there. Overall, we see investment, education as part of a broader ecosystem where on the one hand we create policies to ensure more investment in Bangladesh, and at the same time we create that pipeline where for those industries to sustain and survive, we ensure there is enough and abundant workers and staff to work there. The demographic dividend that Bangladesh has, it gives us tremendous opportunity to prepare employees, but most importantly, entrepreneurs. That is the reason why we're giving startup funds. Right now, as we speak, there is a nationwide school program from class 6 to 12, where there are around 1 million students participating to commercialize their ideas. It will be based on their entrepreneurial spirit. And we're going to transfer it in tertiary level as well, where every university, they will have a fund to have the creative, innovative ideas commercialized. We'll have our faculty members patronizing those ideas. So there will be interministerial collaboration to ensure that the skill set, the technicalities transfer into business activity. And that will be connected with global investment inbound to Bangladesh and the industrial needs as well. We want to diversify, reduce the focus on garment industry, Definitely, we have policy framework for government in itself, but on top of that, we are focusing on light engineering, agriculture-based products, focusing on footwear, ICT. So there is a multitude of industries that we have identified as next generation of thrust industries, along with, let's say, creative economy, freelancing opportunities, where a policy intervention will be to promote individuals, entrepreneurs, and established businesses with the right tools, with the right taxation support, and with the right infrastructural patronization. So, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Since we are running late, a little late, I would open the floor for three questions. Very quick one, I would say. Do not give a big introduction of the question itself. Introduce yourself, that's okay, but straight to the questions. Three precise questions. I have one gentleman here with the blue badge, please.
Hi, good morning. This is Shobhan Islam. This question is for His Honorable Advisor, Mr. Humayun. So my first question is, as you know, that Bangladesh garments industry garments export has been declining. Actually, export has been declining for last 9 months straight. And we had great budget and some fiscal policy that will help the export sector to grow. But one of the big challenges and problem we face is, as you know, that we are growing the emerging markets. And our neighbor, you talked about regional connectivity and regional relationship. Our neighbor, we used to have about close to a $1 billion export to our neighbor India. But recently, because of a destructive policy by the last government, where we kind of banned the cotton import through land, and our export to garments as well as other goods we export through the land port has been shut down. And export today to India came down to almost close to about $400 million, $457 million, I think. It's almost half than the export we had. So is there anything that the government is doing to open up that barrier to export to India through the land ports, or just the regional connectivity through the land port? Why there could be political issue, but this is a huge business issue for us. Thank you.
Sir, we take three questions together, then respond. Yes. Yes, the gentleman with the red tie.
Yes, thank you. This is Tanvir Mohammad Dipu, a small business leader of Bangladesh and also the member of highest private sector chamber, FBCCI. First of all, we congratulate our foreign minister, recently elected the chairman of General Assembly. Thank you. My question to Mr. Humayun Kabir, can you ask a different question? Our Prime Minister last Thursday announced those who bring the foreign investment to Bangladesh, state will give them 1.5% commission. I want to tell you and ask that question. Would you please to give us the details clarification? How can you pay this payment? Thank you.
The last question of this session, actually. The gentleman in white Punjabi in that corner. Yeah,
Thank
please.
you. I'm the only one in white dress, perhaps. And the second one is Mr. Mahdi Amin, but in different color. Okay, thank you very much. My question is, I'm Professor Kamrul Hassan, Vice Chancellor, Jahangirnagar University. My question is, what specific policy decision would you say the government has taken relating to especially export and sector diversification beyond RMG? That is very important side for us to improve, especially prioritizing emerging sectors such as smart agriculture, agro-processing, AI, creative industry, sports, to expand the country's export baskets. stuff like that. So I'd be happy if you answer to this question. This is a potential side of this country that we can focus on. Thank you.
So, sir, these are the questions from the floor. Basically, reduction of ready-made garments, export in recent times, use of land ports, and then incentive from diaspora incentive, and export and trade diversifications. So,
for the investment-related questions, I think you have the man of the moment in front of us, the politician, the Honorable Finance Minister, Mr. Amir Khosrow Mahmood Chaudhry, His Excellency. So I think he will address you very shortly. And in terms of, I think it will be befitting for the event also for you to hear the economic and investment side from our Honorable Finance Minister. So I don't want to be a hindrance or a spoiler in any way, sort of what he has to unveil in front of you. So I would leave it to our distinguished Finance Minister to address that. Now, coming to the question of India, I think it was your question. You see, it is the norms of diplomacy, and every uttering that I've made on behalf of the Prime Minister and the government of our government, that we want cooperation with India, but it must be based on mutual respect. There are challenges, and there have been a tremendous deficit in the relationship that we've picked up from the last 15 years. It was one way, and it was not done with the interests of the people of Bangladesh in mind. So we are positive, given the recent visit that I was part of with the Honorable Foreign Minister to Delhi, as well as other meetings that we've had leading up to the elections, post-elections, in terms of if the mindset of the leadership of both countries are committed, and that's what we've conveyed also, that to move forward and progress, we can do that. It can be achievable. Of course, there are challenges. There are always challenges. When you have a terrorist that has fled from Bangladesh, killing 1,500 people, and to date with no remorse, and trying to destabilize the country from over there, of course there are challenges. They're doing, attempting from Indian sovereign soil. So, India has challenges. There are challenges that we also need to look at how we overcome them and how we work. So the reset must realize that Sheikh Hasina Awami League doesn't exist in today's Bangladesh. And, it's a clean break from the past, and it is the norm of diplomacy to regularize working relationships within your neighborhood, and our government intends to do that. We've made a visit. We expect visits to Dhaka, and either way, we will build the visibility of a working relationship with India. We intend to do that, but the environment must be conducive in sort of accommodating this approach also from Bangladesh. So yes, let's see. Time will tell. Positive gestures are there from both sides. Of course, as I said, there will be challenges, but besides those challenges, there are other, in terms of bilateral avenue work that can be progressed, and we should normalize a good working relationship with India.
No, I just wanted to answer the question regarding diversification. It is our finance minister is here, and the next plenary will start soon. We are running against time, but MOFA is committed for diversification, and our recent the budget that for 2026-2027 given by our foreign finance minister, it actually reflects the diversification that government is pursuing. So it is, we have RMG, but we are looking, we have leather, we have pharmaceuticals, we have ceramics, we have IT, technology. So these are the areas that we are looking into diversify our agriculture, agro-based products, definitely. And MOFA is seriously working towards finding, actually, resourcing new markets, actually facilitating, helping the other ministries, Commerce Ministry and other ministries, so that we can actually diversify. The whole idea is to strengthen and our present sources and also find new sources so that we can strengthen our economy and reflect, and our budget, when we are trying to implement our this ambitious budget, diversification is the sole key, and we are driving towards that. Thank you.
No, thank you. When we saw the Honorable Finance Minister placing the proposed budget in the Parliament, we saw there is heavy emphasis on democratization of the economy and deregulation, the two hallmarks of this historic budget, which is very visionary in a sense that it's, for the first time, in a way, creating a level playing field across the industries. One example could be the bonded facility, which has played an instrumental role in the growth of garment industry, and now the bonded facility will be applied to all 100% export-oriented industries. It could be any industry beyond RMG, whether it's footwear, leather, agro-based industries, or food product. It could be light engineering, it could be IT. What it means is for any new industry to set up and go for 100% export, every raw materials they're going to import, that will be duty-free. In doing this, there will be additional pricing competitiveness with the competing countries or industries, and the price of production will go down, which means the price of sales will go down significantly as well. There are also different fiscal policies and structural interventions just to make three things. One, the ease of doing business will go up. Two, the cost of doing business will go down. And three, to create an investment-friendly climate where the businesses will have more favorable policies for them to thrive. There are tax interventions. In most cases, tax has gone down for all the regularly needed goods. So there is a big domestic market in Bangladesh as well for foreign investors to tap in. We envision an FDI that on the one hand will focus on export, but on the other hand will also explore the opportunities that's available in the domestic market. There is a tremendous flow of our young generation whom will, through our education system, will prepare for the inbound FDI to be employable there. Also, the incentive of 1.5%, whether in the means of commission or any other means, that is there to promote more FDI coming in. And the streamlined process in BIDA that includes from company registration to the captain process as we are introducing. All these are to facilitate investors in an investment-friendly ecosystem where the government has made it very clear that the growth of Bangladesh will be driven by the private sector, and the growth of Bangladesh will be based upon foreign investment wherever needed. So we have come up with a highest degree of deregulation, and we believe this is historic, as the Honorable Finance Minister stated, and we look forward to taking Bangladesh further on the Honorable Prime Minister's broader vision of transparency, accountability, and democratization of the economy in every aspect of that. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. With that, we will conclude the first session. Can I request our dear audience to have a big round of applause for our distinguished panelists. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Assalamu alaikum.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we had a very intense first round of events events of consequences, inconsequential for that matter. Now the thing is, we're not going to give you a coffee break, for obvious reasons. We'll do one thing, we'll go with the second session right now, the second plenary. The Honorable Finance Minister is here. The second session plenary members are also here. The Honorable Member of Parliament, Zahra Tadib. Our moderator is here. The Honorable Chamber of, the NBR Chairman is also here. So what we'll do is that we'll go for the session right now.
Just a small announcement that we are shifting the coffee break after this session too, please. So may I request all of us to please kindly take the seats again.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we request that you kindly take the seats again. We'll have our desired coffee break within an hour for sure. But in between, we'd like to request the Honorable Finance Minister, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Ms. Zahra Tadib, and the Chairman NBR to come on stage. This session will be moderated by Mr. Masroor Riaz. So Dr. Masroor Riaz is also welcome to come and join us on stage, please.
Dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, may I request kindly to take your seats, please, as we will be preparing for the second plenary.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you that you'd be even more engaged in the third plenary. So please bear with us that we're not giving you the coffee break. Not yet.
That's a new stance. Wait. I think মানে একটু ছবির নিচে বসলে হয়তো একটু সুবিধা হয়। জি, আপনি দেখেন। আপনারটা একটু ওইদিকে হয়ে গেছে সমস্যা।
But you are known. Your picture is not in it.
Honorable Finance Minister. That's চাচা ঘুম হয়েছে আপনার গত 2-3 দিন ঘুম হয়েছে বাজেট পাস হওয়ার পর
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting to kindly take your seats, please, as we will be starting our session 2.
সববার বাজেটে ভয় থাকে কষ্ট বোঝা না at the same time we have given incentive to son how are you ছবি
আপনি শুরু করে দেন আমি জাস্ট এখন একটা ফ্লোর দিয়ে দিচ্ছি নাহলে বসবে না আপনি বলুন Another request to the dignitaries, if you may kindly take your seat, please. We already have a panelist in our panel. We'll be starting the session 2 very shortly. In the first session, we talked about the direction in terms of policy compass. What do we mean by Bangladesh first? And in the second session, in the second plenary, we'll be discussing about what fuel we need to actually drive that direction. And that fuel is the capital. That fuel is the capital for growth. Without further ado, I will hand it over to our moderator of the day, Mr. Masroor Riaz, to conduct the session, please.
Thank you, Ashfaq.
We'll have an intervention. You have an intervention.
Thank you, Ashfaq. Honorable Minister for Finance, Minister for Foreign Affairs, State Ministers, advisors, officials of Bangladesh government, officials of the organizing entity, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Bangladesh Investment Development Authority, excellencies, diplomats, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning. Indeed, a great privilege to be present here today as the session moderator for this very timely and topical initiative by Bangladesh government, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and BIDA. Bangladesh has started its journey towards a very prosperous, a new journey towards a very prosperous horizon. And that horizon is full of opportunities. Democratic transition. If I may request the audience to please kindly be quiet, because here it creates a bit of a barrier for our panelists to hear the talkings. May I just request everyone for your kind cooperation. Okay. So as I said, Bangladesh has started a very new journey towards a prosperous horizon. The horizon is built on a number of opportunities. Democratic transition in many years, bringing in a elected government with strong political mandate, two-thirds majority, and rebuilding of governance, economy, and institutions. But that horizon is also fraught with number of risks and challenges. The government, due to governance and policy failures in the previous years, had to inherit a very difficult economy, as our Honorable Finance Minister mentioned in his post-budget press conference and also in the past. We are dealing with a number of structural weaknesses in our economy, concentration of exports and domestic manufacturing sector, high incidence of informal economy, low tax base, and a number of them. But the global stage is changing as well. And that's where the Ministry of Foreign Affairs initiative is perhaps very timely. There is geopolitical fracture, which is changing the long order of global production system, which determines FDI, also the global trading order. There is trade protectionism, and there is evolving global regulatory compliance, which are making access to global value chain a lot more standards-based. So in that context, this particular event is very timely and topical. The BNP government has also set very realistic and ambitious targets. $1 trillion economy by 2034, 10 million jobs in the next 18 months, 2.5%, elevating FDI to 2.5% of GDP, 35,000 megawatts of power generation by 2034, 15% of revenue to GDP ratio by 2035. Now, all of these are going to require what we have in the title for this session, capital for growth. We're going to need capital for investment. We're going to need capital for our global value chain engagement, global markets engagement. We need capital for financing the growth, the financial sector. We need public capital as well in the form of public investments. The scenario in Bangladesh at the moment, we need some work to do. If you look at the gross capital formation, the latest figures, it has come down to 22% of GDP. FDI is 0.3% of GDP, where our comparator countries like Vietnam gets more than 4%, Indonesia 1.7%, India close to close to 1%. We also need capital for our infrastructure development. Global infrastructure outlook says $25 billion required every year between now and 2030, 2031 for power, energy, renewables, logistics, urban infrastructure. We also have despite being the second largest ready-made garment exporter in the world, our global value chain participation is far less than our peer. We are at 25%. If you look at trade-based global value chain participation, production-based global value chain participation is even lower, 4%. The peer countries are at around 35%. Vietnam is at 66%. So in the context of that, I also wanted to mention something which is very close to our Honorable Finance Minister's heart, very rightly, the financial sector capital. We have to admit the hard realities as well, as our Finance Minister often embraces that. 36% of our financial sector's assets have gone rogue. So 1/3 of our financial sector asset is not available to fund our growth. And on the public finance side, as you know, it is one of the lowest, 7%, less than 7% of GDP, the tax revenue. So in the midst of that, a discussion, a dialogue, a global engagement, as we have diplomats and investors from all around the world and from Bangladesh here, perhaps is most critical to understand how we can better mobilize capital for investment, trade, financial sector, public finance, digital economy, women empowerment, and so on. So we could not have had a better panel than this. We have a top policymaker from executive branch, we have a politician from the legislative branch, and we have a policymaker from the leadership of the civil service. So we will go in 2 rounds to our distinguished panelists, 1 question each in the first round, and due to, I think, we would like to hear from each of them as much as we can, but due to time limitation, perhaps 5 minutes. Finance Minister said he wants to be very brief and he wants to listen more to the floor during the Q&A question. But Honorable Finance Minister, perhaps I can start with you. Firstly, congratulations on presenting what I see as a compassionate budget, a very pro-people and pro-business budget that I think it stands out from many of the previous year's budget. BNP, the government, they have as their important target and commitment to improve the business environment, the business enabling environment for investments, trade, financial sector, and so on. And that's where deregulation seems to be the magic bullet or the name of the game. So would you please elaborate to the audience here, what are the plans for Bangladesh government with regard to deregulation? And if you can also touch upon in terms of new growth drivers such as blue economy, green economy, creative economy, something BNP as well as the government has taken up as an important priority, how you are going to create a better environment for those new growth drivers to flourish. Honorable Finance Minister.
Thank you very much. I thought we have settled the matter with the budget given. We've settled it all. But good initiative at the time, soon after the budget, I think, to hear from a very eclectic crowd. I can see a very mixed crowd here, which is wonderful to hear. The subject matter, as I understand, is finance for growth. Capital for growth. I think it's a very good subject. Very much being in discussion everywhere globally, because finance is becoming a driver for any growth. Therefore, hence Bangladesh, what Bangladesh has been traditionally doing and where you go from here is something we should really discuss. Particularly when I talk about the public finance architecture, I think we have to rethink about the public finance architecture should be changed. Traditionally, public finance architecture has been coming from the multilateral bodies bilaterally, local financing, and of course, the taxation. With the global change, with the change in the financial architecture globally, particularly when you look at the finance coming from the multilateral bodies, even some bilateral partners, the cost of finance is going up. Even the multilaterals who used to lend below 1% rate has crossed 1%, even 2%. So is bilateral. Bangladesh high-state banks' interest rate is very high. Our tax GDP is at a very low end. Hence, the public finance architecture needs to have a relook, a fresh look. And we think that with this architecture, financial architecture, the structural change globally, which impacts all economy, more so the developing economy. So I think we have to develop a different financial architecture. One is government cannot spend on all the expenditures of the government, like the enterprises being run as the government enterprises. I feel they should not be funded by the government. They should run like an enterprise. They should go to the market and they should borrow their own funds. If you are running an enterprise, you must run like an enterprise. It cannot be government-owned and also run by the enterprise with the government support, government exchequer. It doesn't work. And it never has worked. In Bangladesh, we have seen that. So enterprises must go find their own financing. This is one. Number two, our borrowing, like before from the multilateral, bilateral and all, I think has not been cost-wise, the cost of fund-wise is not working out very well. Particularly when the government borrows from the local financial institutions at a very high rate, we have seen over the last decade and a half, that got us into real bad debt situation right now. An interest payment in this budget is 1,25,000 crore, actually shrinking the fiscal space. So much so that we cannot spend on many, many welfare projects for the country and for the people, like education, like health, like infrastructure, some of the infrastructure, basic infrastructure. So I think we have to develop our capital market. We must develop our capital market. Private sector borrowing from the high-state banks did not work well. At a high interest, long term, with a short-term deposit in their own bank. It doesn't work. You have a short-term deposit, lending long-term at a higher interest rate. Not good for anybody. Not for the bank, not for the client. So we have to go for capital market in the way large investment must go to capital market, get their equity from the capital market, get their debts from the capital market. If you're borrowing at a 15%, 14% from the bank, you float a bond that costs you 7%, 8%. Imagine the difference. In any business, that difference is a huge difference. The businesses that run honestly, professionally, do not make, nowhere in the world, generally speaking, do not make than 4, 5, 6%. Return on 5, 6% of any business is considered to be very good. But if you give away borrowing from the bank, that kind of difference, really businesses in Bangladesh should run into problem. So that's another thing. And we have to go for blended financing also. There are financing and there are other financing. And there are other financing. There are syndicated financing. There are fund managers who come and finance, invest. So we have to blend our financing. Just don't simply follow the old traditional, go to high street banks and government exchequer. These two areas are only responsible for financing. We have to come out of this. So our financial, in other words, same with the bank, same with the private sector, exactly same with the government. So we have to go for new financial architecture in Bangladesh. And that will work. And we have initiated to revamp our capital market. We have got a new Security and Exchange Commission. We have a new commission, all professional people, no political appointment. I repeat, no political appointment. All professional people. And none of the financial institutions in Bangladesh are going to have any political appointment. But it's difficult to find good professionals, I have to admit. But I'm trying to make a big panel of professionals who can serve the financial institutions. Hard to find, quite honestly, but we are looking for it. Nevertheless, we have to make the most of it. That's what we are trying to do. So hopefully, the initiative that the current government has taken on the financing side, things should get better. And where we are and where we are going, I think we should look for a better prospect in the future.
Honorable Finance Minister, if I may ask you to shed some light on the deregulation agenda that is high on priority for the government.
Deregulation is another top priority of this government. I think my budget speech, it was 4.5 pages of deregulation, believe me. It was 4.5 pages. And it was so long that we have to take into consideration deregulation in all sectors. Because sometimes financial sector is not enough. We have to have a holistic approach to deregulation. Deregulation cannot be done in isolation. It is holistically, you have to approach it. So I said, as I said, I have given 4.5 pages in my speech. And I think in Bangladesh, business should not find any problem as far as regulations are concerned. I can assure you, the kind of deregulation that we have proposed in the budget, if I go on now with those here, it will take another 1 hour or so. So I can assure you, deregulation-wise, this was our top priority. And we are very passionate about deregulation, quite honestly. And we are going to have a task force who will oversee this deregulation that we have promised and recommended. A task force will oversee it. And also, we are opening a website where anybody who is affected by non-compliance of deregulation by the government officials or for that matter anybody else, you can visit the website, report, give your concern, tell your concern, it will be taken up immediately by the task force. So it's not just the policy that we have given, we are going to execute it and everything within time frame. Any permission has to be done within 7 days. And because so many government agencies are involved, so a lot of people asking me, how is it possible? Now we have to have 19 permissions, some says I have to have 40 permissions. How can you do it in 7 days? Then we said we have the focal point of all the agencies with the central point, and they'll be told that this is the application. You better reply within 7 days if you have any problem. If you don't reply within 7 days, it will be taken, the permission is given, and the license will be given. It is as simple as that. As simple as that. No, anybody not complying with that will have to be taken to task. No compromise on this. Deregulation is the key. We understand it only too well. Only too well. Only believe me. This is exactly why not only we have given what deregulation is going to take place, but how to execute it. This is what we have given. So if you want me to read out the long list, I don't have it with me, but that's going to take a long time. So
no, I think you have made the point of how important it is for the government as part of its strategy for building an enabling environment for business. So thank you, Honorable Finance Minister, and also on the financial sector, on the capital, the new financial architecture, public finance, PPP and private participation wherever possible, and then the capital market, and there is no alternative to that. Thank you so much for those reassuring, sharing those reassuring vision.
The capital market is not just the reorganization of it, it's the products that we need. We need many products, not the equity. We need the bond. We need we need various securities which should be available, so any businessman or even the government can go to the government. Why can't the government go to capital market? Why should only private sector? We suggest the government should also go to capital market. Municipalities who have the profitable projects, they can go to capital market and borrow. They can borrow municipal bond. We are also going for municipal bond. So the city corporations who have profitable projects, they can go to capital market and borrow. Why should the government exchequer has to pay for the enterprises of the government? If the government has an enterprise, it must run like an enterprise.
Indeed, Honorable Minister, the new products, mutual fund asset under management in Bangladesh is only 0.2% of GDP, as opposed to 16% of GDP of Vietnam and 54% of GDP in Malaysia. So just tells you what a great horizon, great opportunity we have. Thank you, Honorable Finance Minister. Let me now turn to Barrister Zarat Adib Chaudhary, a young female parliamentarian who's also shares a legal and corporate background, who have been part of multinational company as well. Barrister Zarat, women are more than 50% of our population. There is no development or prosperity that can happen without engaging women in the mainstream economy. In our country, the women economic participation is anywhere between 38% to 44%, depending on whether you're looking at Bangladesh National Service or globally run models. As this is half of the men's participation, 80%. And we have to increase. So how central do you feel as a politician, as a legislative assembly member, that how important it is to enhance or create opportunities for women for greater participation in the economy, and what would be some of the critical ways to do that? Over to you, Barrister Zarat.
Assalamu alaikum, adab. A very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Mashur Bhai. As you mentioned that I come with a bit of a legal, corporate, and now a politician's background. So I would start with an honest admission, right? Bangladesh is a country of colorful, vibrant, emotional people. From 1971 to 2024, we have seen women took equal responsibility when it comes to protest, when it comes to ensuring the country's democratic path. But when it comes to recognizing their contribution, we have failed miserably. The moment the contribution from the women's were over, their role in the society, their existence was denied. Their role was systematically confined. And even in 2026, it's extremely sad, unfortunate that we saw a question being raised regarding their presence in the society, in workplace, in political leadership. But this is about to change, and not just through words, but with a definitive action plan. Bangladeshi women have raised their expectation. They have indicated their demand through the landslide victory given to Bangladesh Nationalist Party. And it's not because the Bangladeshi women just favored one party over the other. It's about because they saw the clear action plan, the plan that we are going to deliver in the coming days, weeks, and years. So I'm really thankful to our Honorable Prime Minister for declaring such clear action plan for the nation. And obviously the budget gives our Honorable Finance Minister, the budget that he declared, it clearly uttered the rightful plan that we women should deserve in this country. There's no one-size-fits-all approach that would address the needs of women in our society. We have women in different layers, so we have to start with the needs of the women in rural household. Then we have to look at the women in the RMG or low-skilled workforce. And then we have to look at the how we can utilize the women professionals, women entrepreneurs in the society. Obviously, true empowerment comes with financial decision-making. We have to enable our women in the society with the right financial decision-making roles and powers so that they can really bring changes. You could see that once you give the financial decision-making within families, in the hand of the mother within a family, you will see that her voice changes. She gets her own voice, her role within the family changes, the society starts seeing differently. So, and this is where I see that we started bringing change. There are lots of questions regarding the family card and all, but I'm really proud that I'm part of the parliament where we are discussing of giving 4 million women with family card. This family card is going to change substantially the dynamics of these women in their role within the society. They are going to have their decision-making power. And this is going to impact not only just the women that we are talking about. We have seen that once you empower a woman, she is empowered as well as the people surrounding her within her family are also being impacted. Next, if I look at the women of the low-skilled or RMG sector, we have to accept the reality. The dynamics of the RMG sector are not going to remain same. It's going to change. We are seeing with the AI, robotics, and everything, the nature of the roles will be changing. The demand may go down of our RMG workforce. So in that case, I see a clear path. It's a clear path declared in the budget where we are emphasizing on skill-based training. We are utilizing the unique skill set of women in nursing opportunity, in caregiving opportunity. There are very clear plan has been declared through which women can be transitioned from their current role to different roles, and where they would be upgraded. Their contribution will be upwards moving. Next, where I see a massive change is the role of the women entrepreneur. It's not about just talking about proudly that we have women entrepreneurs. We have to see how we are helping them to scale, how we are helping them to make a bigger impact in the society. So here, I'm really thankful that there has been given specific tax exemption. Lots of funds have been created, startup funds and CMSE funds have been declared, as well as the deregulation, right? Deregulation is not going to change the life of the big investor. It's going to change the life of the small entrepreneurs too. And women entrepreneurs, given the challenge that they face to come out of their family, go and do business, if we can make their process simple, obviously that's going to change their lives. So I'm really hopeful. For the first time, I see a comprehensive plan backed by a clear deliverables, so which uniquely, which acknowledges the unique needs of the women of all segments. And this is the first time I see that women's talents, the unique talent skills are being recognized as an asset. So that's how I see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Barrister Zara. I think that's a very pragmatic approach, looking at women from different angles, women from rural-urban perspective, particularly the ones who are in the lower income segment or vulnerable group, where family cards and similar effective social protection measures can actually empower them. If and as and when inflation goes down, I'm very confident the family card is going to be very helpful, not only in women empowerment, but also their economic and rural economy enhancement, right? Now, over to Mr. Abdul Rahman Khan, Chairman, National Board of Revenue, an institution everybody would love to get the attention of, positive attention of. And I've had the fortune of working very closely with Honorable Chairman on revenue reform issues over the last few years, and previously in the finance division on fiscal issues. And, you know, Rahman Bhai, government has one important target and one important challenge, highly relevant to revenue. Target is 15% of revenue gradually by 2034. But as Honorable Finance Minister said, the fiscal space, the government inherited a very constrained space. And the key reason for that is our challenging revenue collection, revenue environment. Now, government has a plan for transformation in the economy. Our question would like to hear from you, how are the fiscal policies, particularly NBR, the tax policies and tax administration, how is NBR preparing to align its policies, particularly in tax policy as well as in tax administration, to deliver, help the government better deliver its economic and transformation priorities, particularly with regard to widening the tax base, bringing in greater compliance, more business-friendly tax regime, and so on. Over to you, Rahman Bhai.
Thank you very much. In fact, any discussion on Bangladesh economy, either academic discussion or the discussion by the economist or even civil society and business community, the conclusion is that we must increase our internal resources. Honorable Finance Minister also today mentioned that the amount of interest that the government has to pay every year because of domestic and foreign borrowing accumulation. So how we will be, getting out of it? Definitely the answer is we must increase the tax revenue. Again, this is a big challenge and dilemma that what should be the ideal fiscal policy? Should only focus on tax revenue? If we do so, then what about the employment? Who will create employment? Today we have heard that our very, vital sector, export sector is declining. So this is a huge message for us. We have heard that many industries, shut down. Now the government is trying to rebuild them and restart them so that they can create employment. The private sector is creating employment. So this is a huge dilemma. If we increase tax indiscriminately, if we don't heed to our business community, then definitely the growth will be, getting affected, and employment will be getting, affected. So that is not definitely the government objective. So creating balance between facilitating the business so that they can grow. This year's our main philosophy of fixing the, tax laws and deregulation measure. The main focus on basically how we can facilitate business, how can we give relief them so that their cost of compliance get reduced, and how can we allow them to grow so that we can get more revenue from their expanded business. So these were our basically main focuses. That's why probably you have seen that it's very unprecedented budget that, and from our Honorable Finance Minister and even Honorable Prime Minister spent so many hours with us giving his wisdom, so that the main focus is people, so that we can allow the business to grow, create employment. This is our main focus. And next is how we can deregulate the business process. Definitely, you have seen that we declare so many deregulation measures, especially for the exporters. Anyone, any items, if it is 100% export, Dr. Mahdi Amin already mentioned in his deliberation that National Board of Revenue will allow bond facilities for every businesses. And also you have seen that the current bond owners and the non-bond owners, they will be getting this similar kind of facilities so that they can easily export. And to make compliance easier, we are trying to automate all the processes. Last year, we made compulsory, the use of national single window, and this is giving us very good result. More than 1.2 million people, they get their license permit, from submission online and delivering their certificate online. 90% of the certificates were issued by one day. And you'll be surprised to know that even within 1 hour, more than 50% certificates has been issued from national single window. So this is an example that if we allow our business people a platform, single platform, whereby they can do whatever they need is very, very important. Last year, we made compulsory submission of individual e-return, and more than 4.5 million people, they have submitted their tax return online. So this is another good example. And we made compulsory use of automated bond management system, customs bond management system, and that is also giving us very good result. So in coming days, from next year, we are going to introduce online corporate tax as well, so that the corporate tax return submission is getting very easy. And another big complaint from our compliant taxpayer is that the selection of audit, these are not based on risk analysis. Now we are going to introduce, we have introduced in fact this year, very recently, we have selected around 80,000 individual tax files based on risk analysis, and selection was automated without any human intervention. So these will create big confidence to the investors and the taxpayers that National Board of Revenue is doing justice, and the confidence between, trust between tax authority and the taxpayers will be increased, I think, greatly. Next, what we are thinking that we are collecting tax, this year it is a paradigm shift. We had a minimum tax regime whereby whatever we collect, we say we are not going to allow the taxpayers to get adjustment or get any tax refund. From this year, we said whatever you pay, this will be considered as advance tax, and you'll get your tax refund through automated process. There will be no human intervention. In VAT, we have started paying VAT refund, and from next year, we will be starting paying the tax refund as well to the individuals first and then to the corporate taxpayers as well. So all this simplification will build confidence to our investors so that they will invest more and they will grow. From their growth, we will get bigger revenue. This is our target.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I think this is what I think the Bangladesh and the global economic business community have been looking forward to, what we see in this year's budget, where burden, rate and compliance burden have all been tackled to the extent possible to bring it down. As Honorable Chairman said, we see increasing effort to minimize human interaction, but also to reduce discretionary authority, because where there is discretionary authority, no legal change delivers intended outcome. So I personally thank the Honorable Finance Minister and NBR Chairman for this. We'll now move to second round, but this will be a shorter duration, perhaps 2.5 minutes each, because as Honorable Finance Minister said, we'd like to take at least 3 or 4 questions, but if time allows, perhaps a few more. I'll now go back to Barrister Zarat. So you outlined very eloquently how different layers of women citizens in Bangladesh, female citizens, can be engaged, rural, as employees, as entrepreneurs, and so on. With regard to some of the enablers, such as access to finance for women entrepreneurs, or even very micro entrepreneurs, skills, mobility, safe mobility, and so on for women workers, how can Bangladesh make considerable improvement for greater women engagement in the economy? So 2, maximum 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mashur Bhai. So here I think we need contribution from every parts of the society. Government alone, no political party or the government alone cannot make a change. Government can give a policy direction, facilitate interventions, but what we need is a massive role playing from the private sector. When it comes to access to finance, we have to make this is easy, hassle-free, digital, and I believe that access to finance should no longer be an issue, because a digital financial service in this budget got a huge boost. So I believe that the financial industry should now come for 50,000, yes, 50,000 small loans online can be given. So there are multiple elements I have seen which will help the digital industry, special digital financial services industry, to come forward, and I believe they should do that. In terms of skill improvement and all, in workplace, we have to hire more women in the senior position, managerial roles, board roles, leadership roles. And I don't buy that excuse that we don't have women, qualified women for this position. If I look at our women, their contribution in the educational system, our late Madam Begum Khalda Zia, her visionary leadership back in 1991, making the education free for women, accessible for the women, and we are seeing the result immediately. We are seeing now women are doing much better result compared to the men in the society. So now what is lacking is that our talent pipeline is leaking heavily. So what we have to do is the private sector now has to take a definitive clear actions, such as they should be eliminating salary discrimination, should be making safe transport, making the daycare facilities. These are very clear areas of improvement that they have to take care. And then obviously we have lots of development partners, foreign friends present here, and I would really welcome you to come and work with our business leadership, our Chamber of Commerce, our industry association in knowledge sharing, as well as helping them in capacity building. But I would also like to highlight we have to speak about the elephant in the room. When it comes to social media, internet usage, I am really sorry that we are going backwards, right? We see that the level of cyberbullying, harassment, the women are facing for coming out being present in the society, this is unacceptable. We have to eliminate such misogyny, such hatred against women, and this is a role of all political parties. We have to come together, and we have to, the civil society also have to play a big role. We are asking very simple, fundamental asking that we don't need any special treatment. We don't need to be treated as mother, sister. Just treat us as women, human being. So this is where I believe that we have to work together. And women also, I see lots of women here in the audience as well. So I ask all women to also come and claim your spot in the room, so seat at the table. I don't think that all women can do have the access to the platform, but the women and professionals, entrepreneurs, I believe that they do have the ability to come and get the senior roles. They should ask for board seats, and regulators, I see that regulators are also giving enough incentives for such changes to come. And just to connect this with my...
There are 30 seconds.
I will finish in 30 seconds. Just to connect this with my personal story, right? I moved from corporate to now in political role. And why I came, why I made this change is the personal calling. If you cannot change the system from outside, you become a part of it. And even if I took a path of reserve seat category member of parliament, but I believe that this gives me the platform to bring the change being an insider. So I believe that now I really see that it's no longer words. We'll see, I'm really hopeful that we'll see the real changes in the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Zara. That's the confidence we need to impart, and legislative members like you impart that confidence or that note of confidence to millions of women, young women in our country. I'll go back to our respected NBR chairman. Ronbhai, you did mention a few automation. You alluded to the automation issue. Digital transformation is important, and it's also very critical. It features critically in BNP's manifesto, as well as many of the 180 days plans. So with regard to NBR, could you please share with us some of your plans with regard to digital transformation, and both within NBR, but also interoperability, because NBR is part of the broader trade facilitation environment and business environment. How do you see interoperability or integrated services together with other relevant government agencies? So 3 minutes, Raman Bhai.
Thank you very much. Everything we do in NBR, our target is we will automate end-to-end and as soon as possible. And in that journey, we will try to engage our own resources, especially the software engineers, graduating from our own public universities. Because I have first-hand experience of two big software systems. One is IBUS, because I worked in Finance Ministry quite a long time. And second one is e-return. Both these are giving us relief because these are homegrown, and we can communicate with our developer anytime, and we can adjust it as and when required. But any vendor-dependent system, we are really having so many problems. Especially, for example, we have one EVAT system, and it's very difficult, if we want to change something, what is required for us. From next July, we are going to make compulsory submission of VAT returns all online. So this is going to happen. And also, we have started a project we call Strengthening Domestic Revenue Mobilization Project, and that is a basically digitization project. And through that project, we will digitize everything possible. And in that digital architecture, our core attention will be there that we have only one government, so we have to be interconnected. And that is very, very important. This morning, our BIDA chairman also, focused on this importance. And all the system we have within NBR should be connected. By this time, we have we are connecting our Executive World and e-return system and also e-VAT system and also some other system like single window system. We are integrating single window system with Executive World, and we are implementing the risk-based selection of physical examination in the customs area. And again, we are having some problem because the Executive World is a UNCTAD developed software. So every change request we provide, it takes at least 3 months. So this change request we made, and they are taking some time. And soon after we complete, we can start a new regime that the risk management system, which consignment is going to be, selected for physical examination, will be based on AI-driven analysis. Because in our executive system, we have data for last 30 years. So why don't we use these? That software has been developed, that criteria has been fixed. Now we need data, imported data from Executive World system with our national single window. So our focus is that we will do whatever we do in NBR, including the performance measurement system of our staffs and officers. That is very, very important. How, far they are following the rules and regulation, how far they are deviating. This thing also need to be recorded and then need to be evaluated as well. So this is what we are going to do.
Thank you, respected Chairman. I think that's reassuring, particularly two aspects. Risk management, I think that is absolutely the cornerstone of modern day effective business-friendly and taxpayer-friendly revenue management system. And also, as you mentioned, it's not only about service delivery, but it's also about internal institutional governance, like the performance management system. So that takes us back to our Honorable Finance Minister for another 3 to 4 minutes before we open the floor. But this round, Honorable Finance Minister, is about building confidence. And if I may mention, one of the key feature of this year's budget on Thursday was actually your speech. As you were providing the remarks around maybe 5:30, 6 p.m., I was at Protomalo doing a live on budget, and we all agreed. Over there were entrepreneurs, there were Protomalo senior staff, that this is perhaps one of the best budget speech we heard in the recent history. Very structured, very forward-looking, solutions-oriented. The 10 priority points that you mentioned resonates to many of the critical problems that Bangladesh economy and governance faces as we move forward. So thank you for instilling that sense of confidence through your speech. But we also need to instill the same level of confidence for our broader economy, our business environment, our trade facilitation, to our global and local business and economic partners. So what would be your message, Honorable Finance Minister, to our global economic community, which includes our development partners, multilaterals and bilaterals included, for building confidence? And we missed hearing from you one element in the first round, something very important for BNP's agenda, and you also creative economy. So if you can shed a minute or 2 minutes on that as well. Honorable Finance Minister.
All within 3 minutes? Thank you. I want to get back to what our Chairman, National Board of Revenue, have said. There has been quite a bit of improvement with the NBR, no doubt. But quite honestly, we have to recalibrate and reset how NBR should function, in spite of the development that has been taken. And NBR policy-making body is very, very important. The policy made by the NBR tax policy has a great ramification in the economy. Hence, you've got to have an expert group who will formulate the NBR revenue policy. So this is where we have been going wrong for quite some time. because the body that prepares the policy for taxation system must truly understand what their policy means, what is the ramification of the policy, number one. That's the policy-making body we're going to have in the future. And there is a bifurcation, that then you have the execution part of it, which will be executed as usual, So if you get your policy right, your life is much easier executing it. So this is what we are going to reset as far as NBR is concerned. Now on the confidence, you think I have not been able to bring confidence as yet? I thought we tried to bring confidence. Actually, everything in the budget and in the government policy is quite categorically mentioned. The areas, the policy, how they are going to execute it, and all the citizens of the country is included. When we talk about inclusiveness, I think you cannot be any more inclusive than this. We have taken into account every citizen of the country. And actually, I was accused by one of my friends, it's a bit of pro-leftist policy, because so many welfare programs that has come into play. But the fact that the people who have been left out of the government economic policies for a long time, it's our duty to bring them in. The financial inclusiveness is important. What we have been always promising, that how do you make it financially inclusive? So that is where the idea of creative economy came into play, actually, so that we can include all the citizens of the country. Now, the people working in rural Bangladesh, an artisan, for example, a theater artist, a singer, a designer, an artist, the whole rest of these people who are working across the country in rural Bangladesh, they never got that real support. They were never brought into the mainstream economy. And their products have not been monetized. So what we are trying to do, a guy, a gentleman, a lady, in rural Bangladesh, an artisan, doing his or her thing, like making a pottery, weaving some clothes, cottage industries, anything, any product, we want to give them support by way of lending them, by way of giving them skill if necessary, by way of designing them, giving them the designing support, by way of branding their product, and by way of giving them the platform like Amazon, eBay, so they can sit at home and sell their products. Nothing that we are inventing in Bangladesh, it is happening not far away from us. So this is the creative economy that has come into play in this budget. And it is expanding. We have started very small with the ones I named. Now I find that heritage property is coming into play. Now I find that the OTT people who are making films is coming into play. As we go on moving with this project, we find more and more areas are coming into play. All sorts of people are coming into play. So this is an area we like to unlock and improve their livelihood, improve the employability of the country, and also this will bring in foreign currency, and their product will be marketable. So this is the whole idea of creative economy that has made a change in this budget, and we feel that a great deal of Bangladeshi citizens will come into this project, and they will positively impact the economy of the country. Their livelihood will change, and they will be like, we say the full cycle in one's life cycle, in our policy, from your birth to your death, the state has a duty. From the time of you are born and the time you die, the state has a duty. So it's a life cycle project that we have taken into account for everybody as a patient, as a responsibility we have taken it. And this will, I think, bring about a big change. There are countries who are doing billions and billions of dollars in creative economy. Like Dhaka do not have a place to go to in the evening. All we do, we get invited in somebody's house, or we go to the restaurant. That's the only entertainment we have. So we have decided, away from Dhaka, not far from here, Purbato, we have found 160 acres of land. We are going to set up a theater district. So it's not going to be theater alone. It's going to be like designers, it's going to be artists, it's going to be stand-up comedians, it's going to be fine dining, it's going to be everything. So one can go there, spend the whole evening, spend a lot of money, which will be GDP. What is GDP? GDP is what we spend. That is GDP. Sarah is here. UK is doing so well on creative economy. When I go to London, I have to end up paying a lot of money in the theatre district. And it is GDP for UK. And UK is benefiting. We don't have anything like that. And it's also a soft power for your country to have your music monetized, to have your music broadcasted, to have your theatre monetized, have it broadcasted, have your products, upgrade your products value, sell in the international market. Your culinary. We are such good, we are food lovers, food-loving country. Our culinary is so good, but we have never monetized it. We have never projected it. So this is also a soft power for the country. So this is what this economy, creative economy is all about. I can go on, because I'm very passionate about this subject. I can go on forever. So this is all about creative economy.
Thank you, Honorable Finance Minister. I think
so. Everybody gets the confidence. Yeah. You brought in the confidence. Everybody, all citizens gets the confidence. They're part of the economy. They're participating. They're beneficiary of the economy. This is what this economy is all about.
Indeed, Finance Minister. I think the biggest source of confidence comes from the democratic headway that Bangladesh has started since February, a new journey based on democratic transition, based on people's mandate. So that perhaps is the biggest cornerstone of Bangladesh's confidence that it now instills, or it is ready to instill across our global engagement. And Honorable Finance Minister, you mentioned about creative economy, how big it is in UK or globally. 3% of, according to UNCTAD, 3% of global GDP, $2.25 trillion is creative economy.
We have planned to do 1.5% of GDP, ultimately.
So that's very much
from creative economy.
That's very much in line with the global trend, and this is what we call new growth drivers. Bangladesh has been in need of structural diversification of its economy as well as exports, and new growth drivers are important, and creative economy can be a very important one. Thank you, Honorable Finance Minister. So we have already exhausted the 60 minutes allocated for us, but I'll take the privilege to go for 5 minutes to the floor, take about 3 questions, and if Honorable Finance Minister wants, perhaps 1 or 2 more. I saw 2 hands.
I have no problem with questions.
I saw 2 hands as we started the second round, so well in advance. Right over here, I start with Mr. Iqbal Chaudhary, CEO of Lafarge, Bangladesh, and then Mr. Kabir Ahmed from the logistics sector. If you may please limit your question or the comment to 1 minute, please, so that we can give opportunity to more participants. The mic is not working. If somebody can help. একটা মাইক দিতে হবে এখানে প্লিজ
Hello, it's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bhai, and congratulations to Honorable Finance Minister for presenting a very, very good budget, I would say still, because lots of points which has been shared with you, I see that has been reflected in before the budget itself. So congratulations to all of you, especially on the deregulations. So we can talk a lot, and you also have mentioned 4.5 pages. But the challenge for us is, especially the foreign investors, I represent FICCI, I'm the Vice President. 210 members are contributing 30% of government revenue. And I'm actually looking for Mr. NBR Chairman also, that how heavy you are going to come to existing investors, compliant investors, to achieve your revenue growth. Instead of increasing the tax base and the tax net, and the agenda that we have been driving over the last 2 years, we have not seen much progress in terms of the getting the due share from the industry in terms of revenue share and the market share. The idea is well placed, but somehow it is not progressing. So I request you to share your plan, how heavy you are going to come to existing investors to get your additional revenue, or how much, what is your plan to expand your tax base?
Thank you, Gulbhai. I think the question is very clear, but we'll take the 3 questions and come back all together. So, Mr. Kabir Ahmed, then I saw a hand here and a lady over there. We also need to be balanced on gender count as well. So I'll come to you in 1 minute. And if you can please introduce yourself.
My name is Kabir Ahmed. I've been president for 3 terms, Bangladesh Freight Porter Association. I'm from the logistics sector. And this sector has been overlooked. And this is, I say, it is one of the invisible backbone of our economy. So actually this, even including the audience, I don't have, a lot of audience don't know what we are doing. Anyway, I'm not going to explain it. So I'm coming right to the question. You know that in Bangladesh, if you go global, even Cambodia, a small country, many countries I see, most of the freight forwarders got all the AEO, Authorized Economic Operator, but our Honorable Chairman of NBR is here, and I've been pursuing it, and it has not been implemented yet, and especially for the freight forwarding sector, and I would request this, when it's going to be happened, and with a pertaining question, the NBR is doing the policy. And when NBR is doing the policy, and we are sure that what policy they are doing for the freight forwarding sector, do they have adequate knowledge about this sector to do? So I would say whether NBR has any intention, whenever they are doing this kind of policy for any sector, they will onboard them together when they are making the policy. Instead, in the budget time, they are bringing them for 1 or 2 minutes and taking the questions, and at the end of the day, it's not happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Kabir. So can we go to the lady at the back who raised her hand right over there in front of the TV camera? And I know there are more hands, but I think I'm very keen to also see if we have a question from our global partners. Yes, please. And if you kindly introduce yourself, your name and your institution. Yes, আপনি দাঁড়িয়ে ছিলেন, আবার দাঁড়ান, আপনাকে ওনাকে মাইকটা দিন kindly. And after her, I'll appreciate, or if I'll be keen to see if any of our development partners or global investors would like to ask a question. Please, এক মিনিট একটু যোগ
Thank you so much. My name is Rumki Farhana. I'm a human rights advocate. So my job is not to appreciate, but I'm appreciating a lot. I have 2 reflections. One is very happy to see the women over there on the stage representing and participating women community and leadership. The second one is to Barrister Dharat Adib Chaudhry. I will refer to the first term question insights that you shared with us. My question is about I'd like to hear from you actually about how about the women working in the informal sector. For example, the unpaid worker, caregiver at home, mothers, housewives, grandmothers at home, their emotional engagement turns into physical labor and the mechanism keeps them deprived from economic return. So are you having any policy or regulations on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a very clear question. Do we have any question from our global partners here? If not, I'll go for one final question in this table because he's been raising his hand for some good time, and then we'll come back to our panel. AJ, ওনাকে একটু দিতে হবে। আপনি বলেন শোনা যায় এখানে অসুবিধা নেই।
Thank you. My name is Shahnawaz. My name is Shahnawaz Khanshizu. I'm a filmmaker. My film Not a Fiction, which already got 3 Oscar qualifying selections and got award at Prague Film Festival. So we met before with our finance minister before the election on a policy dialogue show where he told me about that the BFDC, Bangladesh Film Development Corporation, was founded by his father, and now he is focusing on creative economy. And I want to thank him to focus on this sector, and I want to request for 2 topics. Like, if you could build a film finance corporation so that people can invest on here through a corporation. Also, if you wanna be a soft power, you need to build a film commission. Like UK have film commission, South Korea have film commission, but Bangladesh have no film commission. So, like, if we have that film commission so that the whole industry could blow up.
Thank you. I think it's very clear. It's related to creative economy. So we'll come back to our panel now. I think we have one question for NBR chairman, one for Barrister Zarat and Honorable Finance Minister. This is about creative economy, film commission, film development corporation. In other words, the enabling environment for creative economy.
So I take first 2 questions. One from Mr. Iqbal Chaudhary that what about the pain of compliant taxpayers, whether we are addressing that or not? Yes, we did. One of the biggest complaint was from the foreign investors that our effective tax rate is very high because we disallow a lot of expenditure, even we disallow the genuine expenditure because we didn't, or we forget, or we didn't know that tax has to be deducted. So this law we have abolished. Second question is your counter, how to catch your counterpart? The answer is digitization. Now, from next year, we will be getting all corporate tax return online, and we will be getting all data. So our system, when we select for audit, that will use the benchmark. We will use the compliant taxpayers' data to compare with the non-compliant taxpayers so that we can address that. And definitely this year, you have seen that we are trying to increase our tax base. So definitely we are trying to do that. We do not want to disturb our compliant taxpayer more and more. That is not our motto. And second question from Ms. Kabir Ahmed, whether the NBR people know the business process. We confess that we don't know, but we learn from you. Whenever we have, this kind of policy issue, we arrange meetings with everybody, both or 2 or 3 conflicting parties, and through that process we learn. It's not only 1-minute job. Especially your policy issue that has been suspended because, all the parties didn't agree. So it takes time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, respected Chairman. Barrister Zarat, question on, I think, homemakers. How do you bring them to you?
So I think this budget also addresses the quality of lives of women. So when it comes to the women who is, she mentioned about the being caregiver at the house, right? We have elderly people, we have young children. So the women also play a very important role of homemaker, managers of the household. So this budget makes several contribution in terms of ensuring quality of healthcare, right? So second is the skill development, education. So and also there are special funds being allotted for the vulnerable women group. So I see that overall, as our Honorable Finance Minister mentioned this, and you also mentioned about the compassionate budget and touching every lives of every lives of the citizens of this country. So I don't think that the women in the households are left behind. They are also being empowered with, this family card is one example of financial empowerment, skill-based, so that, and also side hustles, right? So there are also online business, this type of thing that the women can do from her own house, one product, one village. So we are not just talking about urban women, we are also talking about the village-based women where they can be also participating in the creative economy. So I see that it's going to touch the lives of every household, every place where they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Barrister Zarat. I think that's what Honorable Finance Minister says often, democratization of the economy, basically creating equal opportunity for all stakeholders. Honorable Finance Minister, one question for you and any final thoughts from you. The question was on creative economy with particular focus on films.
Yeah, film is very much at the front and center of it, obviously. We know the countries that are so famous for their own films. Even the Koreans, look at how the Koreans are being watched all over the world. And we don't even understand the language in good part of it. But yet we love it. My children, my grandchildren, they all love it. So these have no boundaries. Music, film, culture, culinary, theater have no boundaries. So this is where a country's soft power lies, and this is where a country's economy lies also. This is how a good part of your economy can be really revamped through such activities. So I think we are all for it, and we are actually have started working on it. Our film industry is still a lot to ask for, to be quite honest, but we are making our programs. We like to use our FDC studio lying practically idle, so we want to get it going all over again. And we are using all our Shilpakala Academy. All over the country, the branches, we are activating those. And there will be creative economy hubs all over the country. The Shilpakala Academy and also others, property, government property lying, sitting idle, will be used for creative economy. They will be made into the hubs of creative economy. Dhaka will have a hub. Our whole country, we have a plan to have the hub for creative economy. So people can participate, they can enjoy their life, spend their time, also spend their money, which will grow the economy. This is the whole idea. When the people enjoy and spend money, it works both ways. They get the enjoyment, entertainment, and the economy grows. So this is the whole idea of creative economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Finance Minister. That brings this session, this panel discussion to an end. What a wonderful 1 hour it has been, hearing from top policymakers, as I said, from the executive branch, from lawmakers from our legislative branch, and from our civil service leadership. In the interest of time, I will not take much to synthesize, but Bangladesh is in need of different types of capital as it marches towards the prosperous horizon, building on the democratic transition we have embarked on. We need commercial capital, we need financial sector capital, we need concessional capital, blended capital, and so on. But we also need the soft capital as well, social, institutional, human capital. And all of that are going to require, on one hand, the right confidence building signals from the government, which we have seen not only in the budget but also in the manifesto, and it is going to also need walking the talk. So ultimately capital will go where there is macro stability, there is institutional efficiency and governance, where there is financial sector governance, and where there are reform signals. So let me thank our distinguished panelists, Honorable Finance Minister, Barrister Zarat, and respected NBR Chairman Abdul Rahman Khan. I will now invite our Honorable Ministers, State Ministers, Advisor, and Foreign Secretary who are at this table to kindly come and join the panel here for a group picture that the organizers will take. So if we can have the honor of having you all on the stage.
I forgot to mention sports economy. Sports minister is here. He reminds me of that. We have great plan for the sports economy and the sports for the country.
As we take the panel photo, may I also request our audience and delegates kindly to be seated. For the sake of honoring the time, we'll be moving on to the third and the final session before we convene for lunch. There are two announcements from our end. The first is that you probably all have been given in the pack the idea note, a small document like this, where there's a QR code as well. We request all of the delegates, we couldn't hear from all of you, so we really request all of you to kindly fill it up, advise us, consult with us, because this is our document for the partnership. This is the document on the basis of which we will be following up with all of you. This is the document that we will be conducting on behalf of Foreign Ministry to understand and map the priorities so that we can put you together in our plan. After the final session, we will be convening for lunch. Also, two announcements, most of you have already seen. There is an exhibition going on, a small art exhibition that we have organized along with the Jude exhibition. So please feel free to visit those stalls as well.
Come.
May I have your kind attention, please? Distinguished guests, may I have your kind attention, please? We'll go for the next session right now. Apologies that we couldn't give you the much anticipated break. উপস্থিত সুধী আপনাদের সকলের মনোযোগ আকর্ষণ করছি। আমরা এখন আমাদের শেষ সেশন, আজকের এই কনফারেন্সের শেষ সেশন আমরা এখনই শুরু করতে যাচ্ছি। আপনাদেরকে অনুরোধ করছি, আপনারা নিজ নিজ আসন গ্রহণ করুন। May I have your kind attention, please? Please be seated. We will start our next session right now.
সম্মানিত সুধী, আমাদের ট্রানজিশনের পরপরই কিন্তু থার্ড সেশনটা শুরু হয়ে যাবে। যারা টি কফি চা কফি নিতে চান তাদের জন্য চা কফি বাইরে থাকছে। দের ইজ নো হারি, ইট ইজ নট গোয়িং অ্যাওয়ে, এটা এখানে আছে এবং থাকবে। হোয়াট উই ওয়ান্ট ইজ আপনারা গেট রেডি ফর দ্য থার্ড সেশন প্লিজ। ইটস অ্যান ইন্টেন্স সেশন। দের ইজ স্পোর্টস, দের ইজ এআই, দের ইজ কালচার। We're going to speak about the identity of the nation. একটা রাষ্ট্রের, একটা জাতির আইডেন্টিটিটা কি সেটা নিয়ে এই সেশনটা। So we are expecting, we are hoping that you'd get back to your seats at the soonest possible. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, would request you to get back to your seats, please. We're going to commence our third session. This session is a very interesting one, as we have told you before. We will highlight some of the lead events, lead efforts, lead initiatives that we have in mind from the government for leveraging the creative potential of the economy, of the country, of the people. Particularly looking at the identity of the individuals, that how one would like to see the future, their hopes, wishes, ambitions, desires, dreams, nightmares even. We'll start off with culture, then we'll move into artificial intelligence, and then end with sports. The three facets of life: culture, artificial intelligence, this is part of your life now. It's one of the 6 primary human rights issues, and the third one is sports. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we would like you to get back to your seats, please. Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're commencing our third session. Ladies and gentlemen, we're commencing our third session. Please get back to your seats, because after the third session, there is lunch. So we'll end with the lunch. Well, I'm very excited to see the great enthusiasm, but let's commence. For the third session, for the third plenary, which is the creative edge of the economy, would like to invite on stage the Honorable Advisor for ICT, Mr. Rehan Asif Asad. Would like to invite on stage the Honorable State Minister for Sports, Mr. Aminul Islam. Would like to invite on stage the Honorable State Minister for Cultural Affairs, Ali Nawaz Khayyam, Member of Parliament. Please, Excellencies, on the stage, please. সম্মানিত সুধী, আপনারা দয়া করে আপনাদের আসন গ্রহণ করুন। আমরা এখনই প্রোগ্রামটা শুরু করতে যাচ্ছি। আমরা দেরি হয়ে যাচ্ছে কিন্তু লাঞ্চের জন্য। ওকে, টু বিগিন উইথ, we'd request the Honorable Advisor for ICT, Mr. Rehan Asif Asad. As you might be knowing that he has a fantastic mind and he has a plan for reviving the ICT sector and also to take it to the places that it ought to go. It's not only the ICT, it's also innovation, entrepreneurship, and strategy. How you see the future, how you connect ICT, artificial intelligence, to human identity, markets, enterprise, wealth, income, and assets. The Honorable Advisor will give sort of his mind, rather. It's not a prepared speech, so he'll speak from his heart for the future, about the future, to the future. So the Honorable Advisor, Mr. Rehan Asif Asad, would like to request you to the podium, please. The Honorable Advisor, you are requested to the rostrum. Oh. সম্মানিত সুধী, আপনারা দয়া করে আসন গ্রহণ করুন। Kindly take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats, please. সবাইকে এই রোমান একটু এদেরকে বলো যে সিটে বসুন। Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats, please, because we are commencing the third session. I think now we are more settled. The enthusiasm and the euphoria was quite ecstatic. So I believe that we'll have a brilliant session ahead. It's a short session, but it will end with lunch, but the conversation will continue. So the Honorable ICT Advisor, the floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum everyone. Okay. Distinguished guests, all the journalist community and everybody present here. First, I want to express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to all of you for attending the session. In this session, we'll try to highlight what is the future of Bangladesh when it comes to technology, what's our vision, what's our belief, and the path we're going to take forward. I'm not going to give a technical speech, but more lay out the foundation based on the budget the Honorable Finance Minister just presented on the 11th on the National Parliament, and based on the manifesto our Honorable Prime Minister laid out, in fact, in this room on 6th of February, 2026. Why ICT and telecom sector matters? It's a global study shows that every 10% increase in broadband and connectivity contributes to 1% increase in GDP. This is not just a Bangladesh, this is a global norm that every 10% increase in connectivity helps a country increase GDP by 1%. So we believe that if we start with connectivity and build on top of that, it will help our economy to grow further. So first and foremost, this government is laying out the foundation and primary focus on the connectivity. We say that over next 2 years, we will build 5G to 90% of this country, and we will build high-speed internet to the cities and the villages of this country, from 100 meg to 1 gig. So that's our foundation layer, what we plan to do in this country. 5G and high-speed broadband to 90% of the country over next 2 years. And this is not going to be happen, the government itself will not do. We need the partners, we need the mobile operators, the fixed network operators, and the foreign investor. They would be playing a very pivotal role to have this connectivity. Once we have the connectivity, in parallel, we'll also start building the DPI, the digital public infrastructure. This will be the first time Bangladesh should be building the digital public infrastructure, and we'll also launch one citizen, one ID, one digital wallet. What does that mean? Once we connect the key digital infrastructure and all the ministries together, Bangladesh Bank and ICT Ministry will work together, so every citizen in Bangladesh, a newborn baby to elderly person, will have a national identity. That national identity will be linked to a digital wallet. That digital wallet, whether you want to use your credit card, debit card, your mobile payment, it doesn't matter. So every citizen of the country will have an ID and will also have a digital wallet. So first, we'll start with the connectivity, then we'll start building the data infrastructure with DPI, and we'll enable that with the AI technology. Next, on the third layer, it's really very important in the era of AI that how do we enable and help the private sector to really innovate. It is not the government who will be providing all the services nor it is the role of the government to replace what the entrepreneurs, the startup, and the freelancer can do. So we plan to build the data structure enabled with the AI power and connect all the ministries, be that your health record data, be that your certificates, or the government utility will build a database and will have an open API access and will enable this API to the private sector. We want the entrepreneurs, the startup, the freelancer, the content creators to really take Bangladesh to the next level. In the budget, we announced that for next 10 years, there will be zero income tax, zero any kind of regulatory tax or supplementary tax on the innovators and startups and the content creator and freelancer. Because we fundamentally believe that if we can build the connectivity layer, if you can build the connectivity and connect that with the data center with AI enabled and open the API, the private sector and the innovators can take the country to the next level. Fourth is a very important pillar, and this is probably one thing which has the potential to change Bangladesh's future in 30 to 50 years to come. You all are aware of the contribution the garments industry made for Bangladesh economy over the last 40 years, and the position we have in the world market for the RMG sector. We fundamentally believe that with the proper support, if we can render to the electronics and consumer electronics and the tech industry, Bangladesh has all the potential to be the next tech hub of the world, the next manufacturing hub of the world. What does that mean? We are offering bonded warehouse facility. We are going to offer back-to-back LC. We will have zero tax on the raw material import, and we will have zero value addition. We want the world to come to Bangladesh to produce the next best electronics in the world. We want to become the world manufacturing hub. The government has promised, and government already laid out the policy for next 5 to 10 years. Often we heard that our policy is focused for next 1 year and 2 years, and a business investment cannot make a decision on the business life without a long-term clarity. So working with the NBR, with the Ministry of Finance, we laid out our policy for next 5 and 10 years. And we believe that the skilled labor forces our country has, the engineering talents our country has, we have all the tools and technology and the will and capability to become the world manufacturing hub for the electronics and the tech industry in the foreseeable future. And the fifth pillar is critical as the policy and the support structure and the tax. When we first started this journey in February, we looked into that, what does the telecom and ICT sector in Bangladesh sits when it comes to tax policy competing with other countries. We said it very openly, and the Honorable Finance Minister said it on the parliamentary floor on the budget day, that the average tax in the world in the telecom and ICT is around 20 to 25%. We have a very high tax rate. For the fixed network and majority of the ICT, we have around 27.5. For the mobility industry, we have almost 51% tax rate. Even for consumer, we have a same tax rate. This is the first time we have eliminated same tax rate to 0%. So the consumer directly benefit from that. Why it's important? In our country today, 50% of our consumer still do not have a smartphone. I repeat again, 50% of our consumer still do not have a smartphone, still do not have the data connectivity. So it's really important to make sure that we bring all the population in our country in the digital economy. Number two, we looked into what is the tax rate and how we're going to help the companies to roll out 5G faster, our broadband companies to roll out higher speed faster, how we can help the e-commerce companies to grow better and faster. So we looked into overall ecosystem, and we went from manufacturer to the broadband service provider, to the telco service provider, to the mobile operator, and we lowered the tax rate in almost in every segment, and we also laid out our future plan that periodically over next 5 to 10 years, we will lower the taxes step by step. So Bangladesh should be one of the most competitive country in the world. In summary, I'll share that we are laying out the future vision that what this country can do and what we promise to work hard to achieve. One of the most important factor is our younger generation and our demographic dividend. If you look into the median age for our country and our population, it's around 28.9. We are poised to become 9th largest digital economy in the world by 2029, with the youngest population in the world. This is a very critical factor in the global economy. The 9th largest economy with the youngest generation in the world. If we can help our young generation, if we can build the regulatory framework, if we can build the connectivity and the AI framework, it is expected that we will become a $1 trillion economy by 2034. We believe that we can become a $1 trillion economy even before that. And not only we become a $1 trillion economy, the Bangladesh can provide the necessary support to the world in the technology sector, what we have provided in the government sector. So this is why this government has announced that ICT and telecom will be the thrust sector for Bangladesh, and we are committed to provide all the necessary policy support from the government and help the private sector, help the foreign investor to come to Bangladesh, build your next best thing in Bangladesh, and our people, our engineers, has the will and the talents to help achieve this dream. Thank you, everyone. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Honorable Advisor. That's fantastic, fascinating rather. There's something that we had been working on from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, particularly for connecting tech, markets, and organizations. We've also raised this issue in the United Nations, and now that we have a president-elect for the UNGA 81st, maybe we'll take it up further. We have the World Information Society, we have the GDC, we have the AI development coming up all in 1 month, next month, in fact, July. And we have our friends from the stakeholders community here in this hall as well. So we have the Honorable Advisor, and we have his vision, at least part of it. We'll interview him more. We know that he's tired, but still then we'd like to have him more. The world of tomorrow is a world of artificial intelligence. As easy as that. Intelligence. It's not artificial. It's going to be more synthetic, more syncretic, and who knows what. But as we speak about artificial intelligence, there's something that baffles all of us. There's something that worries all of us. We are all worried about what happens to our identity, who we become. Who are we? Who am I? Well, these are questions, where I came from, what I'm doing, where I'm going. But there is something which is a little bit softer on the side of the definition, but much more profound in its impact, culture. So where we have a minister, we have the Honorable State Minister for Cultural Affairs, who himself is a singer, a poet, a writer, a lyricist, and who never hesitates to sing, even in the company of the high and the mighty. Never ever. So here we have the Honorable State Minister for Cultural Affairs, Ali Nawaz Khayyam, Member of Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure what I give you, the Honorable Minister, a Member of Parliament, or a singer at heart.
He's our senior guest, so that I would like to go first.
Oh, okay, fine. Then would like to have the Honorable State Minister for Sports coming in first, because as you know that the sports sector, although we wanted to speak a little bit later about it, this is a priority sector for the government, and the government has actually taken up the sports sector as an industry for the first time. So here we are. I'm not going to speak about it. You hear from the horse's mouth. Here we have the Honorable State Minister for Sports.
Very good afternoon. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Foreign Minister, State Ministers and Excellencies, distinguished delegates, government officials, representatives from different sports federations, journalists, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a warm welcome to all of you. Today, as we have gathered here under the powerful theme, Navigating Risks and Unlocking Resilience of the Conference on Trade and Investment, I stand before you not only as the State Minister for Youth and Sports, but also as a proud representative of a nation that believes in the power of its people, especially its young people, to rise, to complete, and to inspire. Traditionally, sports in Bangladesh are celebrated mainly as a source of entertainment, physical workout, but the present government has vowed to change the paradigm to a new height. Therefore, we have been intensively working to utilize sports as strategic sector and economic growth, as well as strengthening bilateral and multilateral relations among the nation. With the Ministry of Youth and Sports and Ministry of Foreign Affairs working together to establish an ecosystem of employment in sports sector, sports industry, and sports diplomacy. Dear presents, today the theme this session focused to creative economy, which resembles the new avenues that can contribute to our economy. Sports is a big sector as a vast industry. We have a large market of diversified sports goods that we usually import from the abroad. We would like to produce sports goods domestically. Therefore, we need to crucially look into investment for stabilizing sports industries, specifically in your economy zone. Ministry of Youth and Sports is always ready to work with other government agencies in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, across the globe, sports has evolved into a trillion-dollar enterprise. It drives media rights, sponsorship, tourism, infrastructure, technology, and entertainment. From global leagues to the Olympic movement, from the rise of esports to fusion of sports and digital media. Sports now stand as the very heart of the world's creative and entertainment economy. We also need to address rightly to catch up the existing opportunities. We extend a formal invitation to the world to partner with us in the building world-class sports infrastructure, developing professional leagues, creating transformative sports tourism experience, and producing athletes who can compete and achieve on the global stage. Because sports is no longer only about winning medals. It is about creating employment, attracting investment, generating sustainable revenue. Our election manifesto for the 2026 has clearly promised 1 crore jobs across the country. The sports sector is already answering that call through new sports officer posts, coaching positions, and rapidly expanding sports infrastructure. We have already initiated of disbursing sports allowance under a formal pay structure and the distribution of sports cards to our sports persons. These are not symbolic gestures. These are the first institutional step towards recognize sports as a dignified, sustainable profession. Distinguished participants, in a world of the political uncertainties, sports remains one of the few truly sector of bringing people together across the border, among the religions, and across the political system that lead towards peace building. Therefore, we are working on sports diplomacy that possesses a unique and extraordinary power of building peace. Dear sports enthusiasts, we are aware that we have recently launched the Notun Korea Sports Program nationwide, a systematic effort that identify and nurture talented children aged 12 to 14 from every union and every upazila. This is how our build confidence among the millions youngsters and hunting the talent through this program. They empower our youth, especially young women and girls, and grant them a platform, a dream beyond their circumstance. Our manifesto envision discrimination-free society and full empowerment of women in every sphere. We are also integrating sports education compulsory from the 4th grade into our national curriculum. Ladies and gentlemen, the future Bangladeshi sports will not be built by government alone. It will be built through genuine, equitable, and visionary partnership with the private sector, with international investor, with sports federation, with media and entertainment companies, and with our development partner. We have young, energetic, talented population. We have political will at the highest level. We offer you government that sees sports not as a side activity, but as a central pillar of our vision. For a resilient, prosperous, and globally connected Bangladesh, we are not merely speaking of vision, we are delivering action. We want to every family in Bangladesh to believe with confidence. Kriya hole pesha, poribar pabe bhorosha. If sports becomes profession, family will get support. At the end, I would like to utter, let us connect Bangladesh sports sector to global enterprise and entertainment ecosystem. Let us use sports as a powerful instrument for confidence building, diplomacy, and peace. And together, let us unlock the full resilience potential of our nation on the field, in the economy, and in the heart of our people. My sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and BIDA for organizing such an important and timely conference. We again are confirming our full support from the Ministry of Youth and Sports in this regard. Thank you for inviting me in this conference and giving me opportunity to share a few words. Thank you all. Bangladesh Zindabad.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, may we take this opportunity to let you also know and remind you that we have recently opened up a wing on sports and cultural diplomacy, 2 wings in fact. We have opened up 4 wings, but that's grabbing about Minister of Foreign Affairs. Sports, yes, it's very much part of our diplomatic endeavors now. The portfolio of diplomatic instruments that we have, sports is very proudly included in it. So again, coming back to the question of identity, sometimes I also forget that who I am. I'm sure that it happens to some of us often, even if you're not suffering from amnesia or something like that. I have full faith in that as well. So now we have the Honorable State Minister for Cultural Affairs, Ali Nawaz Khayyam, to give his remarks on the question of identity, culture, and how he sees the future evolving and revolving around us, the individual identities. So, Honorable Minister, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Honorable Foreign Minister, State Minister, and other ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, partners and friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address this distinguished gathering on the subject that is fundamental Bangladesh place in the world. The role of identity formation in shaping of soft power and advancing our economic diplomacy. As we commence under the theme Navigating Risk, Unlocking Reliance, we must recognize that reliance is not built through economics and security alone. It also built through the strength of our identity, who we are, what we stand for, and how we are perceived by the world. Excellencies, every nation projects power in two ways, through the hard capability and through the soft appeal. Soft power flow from the attractiveness of country's culture, value and way of the life. At the heart of soft power is lies identity, a clear, confident, and coherent sense of who we are as a people. For Bangladesh, identity formation has always been conscious of the powerful force. Our identity was formed through the struggle of language, through our rich literary and musical tradition, through our folk heritage, and through the value of tolerance, creativity, and resilience of this define us. When we speak of identity in the context of diplomacy, we are not speaking of narrow nationalism. We are speaking of the ability of presence of distinctive, authentic, and appealing the national character of the world on their invites respect, consider the partnership. A nation which is strong and attractive identity does not need to shut by the heart in culture. Its story and its authentic and the value of the speak of the behalf of this essence of soft power. Distinguished friends, in today, a work trade of the investment discussion of the law driven by the economic alone. They are increasingly influence and perception, trust. Familiarly, the cultural affinity, countries, and project of the confidence of the attractive identity are easier attracting presence and investor to remark. Bangladesh identity rooted in creativity, reliance, and the deep humanistic trading and struggle asset for the economic diplomacy. Our international partner in Bangladesh, not only the competitive and production-based, also as a nation where rich cultural soul and forward-looking creative spirit. In this change of nature of the relationship, it moved from transitional and transformational. Our music, literature, cinema, design, and performing all that can open door for pure commercial diplomacy. Sometimes cannot. They create emotional connection. They build long-term goodwill. They humanize and the economic engagement. This is why the must of the identity, formation of the culture projection as integral component with our trade and investment strategy, not as separate as secondary achievement. Excellencies, culture is not only source of identity of soft power, it is also enterprise across the world. The creative industry have become powerful engine and economic growth, job creation, and export earning music, film, digital content, design, publishing, and cultural tourism now represents some of the fastest growing sector globally. Bangladesh possesses extraordinary cultural capital, our musical tradition, poetic heritage, visual art, and the contemporary creative expression have the potential to become significant economic asset. Yet this potential remains largely unadapted to external economic engagement. We are determined to change this. We are creative industry as a new for trade and investment. We are committed to creating the policy framework, partnership, and ecosystem that will allow our cultural enterprise to grow, export, and attract international investment and collaboration. When we develop our creative industry, we are not only generating economic value, we are also strengthening our national identity and enhancing our soft power. The two reinforce in other. At the same time, we must also recognize the reserve relationship enterprise support culture. Sustainable culture development requires resource, infrastructure, technology, and market access. Trade investment and economic partnership can provide the means of preserve, promote, and modernize the culture expression. They can fund capital institutions, support artists and creation, enable digital distribution and our content, and create viable livelihood for the working in creative sector. A strong economy gives a nation confidence and capacity of invest in this culture. In turn, a confident culture identifies the nation more attractive for trade and investment. This cycle and economic strength and culture confidence reinforce each other when we seek the build for Bangladesh. Honorable delegates, Bangladesh approach diplomacy in the coming years will be guided by three recommended policies: economic engagement, technological advancement, and cultural projection. These are not separate tracks, they are mutually reinforcing. Our identity expressed through our arts, heritage, and contemporary creativity, we serve as the power instrument, as a soft power. It will help us build our deeper, more meaningful, and more reliant partnership with countries around the world. At the same time, our growing economic engagement will provide the resources and platform and strengthening the globalize our cultural presence. We are invite our international partners, governments, cultural institutions, investor, media, company, and creative enterprise to work with us in this endeavor. There are significant opportunity for collaboration in cultural exchange, co-production, content distribution, cultural tourism, capacity building, and investment in creative industry. Excellence, a nation that knows who it is and confident enough to share its identity with the world carries a quiet but listen from the power. Bangladesh is such a nation. Our identity, shaped by the centuries of the creativity, reliance, and humanistic value, is only of our greatest diplomatic asset. When we project the identity with clarity and confidence, we do not only enhance our soft power, we also create more favorable conditions for trade, investment, and long-term international cooperation. Let us therefore work together to ensure the Bangladesh cultural identity become a living bridge connecting our economy with the world, our people with global partner, and our aspiration with shared opportunities. Culture is not the opposite of commerce, it is deepest foundation and the highest expression. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That was inspiring and that illuminated a long pathway into the future. So before we go into the concluding remarks, we'll invite a couple of questions, maybe two. Please, gentlemen on the front. I'd request you to keep your questions, comments very short because we are running short of time and we have the lunch waiting. I believe that lunch is good.
Thank you, sir. This is ASM Bozlur Rahman, working with Bangladesh NGOs Network for Radio and Communication and involved with the Fact for the Future from the civil society side. My question, my intervention to the Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Post, Telecommunication and Information Technology. Sir, to bridging the gap between international commitment to national level, our recommendation is creating a Bangladesh Observatory on World Summit on the Information Society, Internet Governance Process, Global Digital Compact, Pact for the Future, and UN Global Dialogue on Artificial Intelligence Dialogue. We have working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs since last 1 year. So now under your guidance, Bangladesh Observatory on Digital Internet Governance and AI Governance aligning Bangladesh with WSIS Action Line, Internet Governance Process, Global Digital Compact, Pact for the Future, and UN Global Dialogue on AI Governance playing a very significant role. So under your guidance, under your advice, I would appreciate it if you provide a advice and also recognition to creating a Bangladesh Observatory on World Summit on the Information Society and Artificial Intelligence Process. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The next question, please. We'll take 2 questions and then we'll direct it to the Honorable Advisor. There, at the back, please. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Dr. Hakikur Rahman. I have a question to Honorable ICT Secretary, ICT Advisor. Sorry for ICT. It's a specific question regarding the integrating artificial intelligence. This session, especially on ICT, artificial intelligence, integrating artificial intelligence and the digital economy, how we are going to ensure both resilience and inclusive growth. That's my question to the ICT advisor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Would not take questions right at this moment, but I'd ensure that there is one small thing, which is there is a format where you can actually fill in the blanks. You can just, just one last question. Yeah, the gentleman over there.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, honorable ministers
I am Director International Affairs of Bangladesh Steel Manufacturing Association. My very short and specific question on enabling policies and investment ecosystem matter. So regarding the culture of the, government system, if there is any inquiry or communication, I think it takes some time and sometimes very difficult to approach the people in the government. So my request, is it possible to make some kind of direction, especially for communication? It should be, very much transparent and easy. Sometimes we don't get access on email or telephone and everything. So also on any issue, any decision should be given very quickly as early as possible. Because if it takes indefinite time, so I think investors become very much frustrated. So this culture should be changed. I think communication should be very quick, transparent and clear, and it should be easy. And especially decision, it should be given as soon as possible, either it is negative or positive, whatever. Is it possible to implement?
Thank you very much for the question. A point well taken. The idea is that next time that we'll request all of you to fill in the form that we have given you and also online. So please, I know that there's a lot of questions, but please fill in the forms. We'd like to listen to you, all of you. None of you would be left out, and there will be an answer. But for the time being, we restrict it to the honorable advisors. If you'd please.
Thank you for the question. So I'll go in a sequence. The question was asked. So the first question, what you asked, I was just looking that, see that before I even go to answer, I think the commitment from Bangladesh to the UN system, I think there is no better example than our Honorable Foreign Minister, the President of the, recently elected, the President of the UN General Assembly. So congratulations to the Honorable Foreign Minister. Having worked on the UN system, I fully understand the importance and the criticality for a country like Bangladesh to contribute in the global policy making. You mentioned about WSIS, and there are different ITU institutions. There is a different UN organization where there is a serious work on the policy, on the regulation, on the guidance of the frontier technologies, on the AI, on the cybersecurity. And I think that our commitment to the UN system is a steadfast, and we as a country will continue to play our important role. And in the same time, that how we can have a local body where our government and the private sector can work together to contribute internationally, not only just in UN system, in the international body would be critical, and we'll work together inside the country to make sure that our government and the private sector can truly represent our country to the international arena. Second question, what you mentioned about the inclusivity. And see, when it comes to AI and the data, this is really critical that, I said it before in a public event, that we have to be very thoughtful and careful about how we build our data structure and how we secure our data structure and how we guarantee our digital sovereignty. I want to emphasize on the digital sovereignty. Our data is our national asset. The 180 million people's data is a national responsibility, a national asset. In today's world, that yes, we have to use different system, different apps where your data get populated, your data gets shared, but it's equally important to secure our data. So it's not only just launching new services and thinking that AI or the data center will change things. Yes, it will change things, but we have to be very careful how we build our data structure, how we secure our data structure, how we guarantee our digital sovereignty. Recently in the parliament, we passed 3 laws: Personal Data Protection Act, National Data Protection Law, and Cybersecurity Act. These 3 acts, this is the first time Bangladesh has passed, and we had 4 weeks to prepare. There are a lot of work has been happened during the interim government. The BNP-led government took that work, worked with the industry, worked with the expert, and implemented these 3 laws. These 3 laws, working with international bodies, will really help us to make sure that as we implement the AI, as we move to the data, as we move to the cloud, we will guarantee the digital sovereignty while we ensure the inclusivity. The third question you mentioned that it's important to get the answer and the communication with the policymakers. I can't comment on every other sector, but I can give an example what we did. I'll just give an example for this budget. For this budget, for the ICT and telecom sector, we sat with every industry trade body. What I mean by every industry trade body, we sat with the telco operator, we sat with the mobile operator, we sat with the startups, we sat with the manufacturer. And when we sat with different body, we find that different segment of the business society has different needs. Some need some policy support, some need some VAT and tax support, some need some income tax relief. And if you follow the Honorable Foreign Minister's speech, the budgetary speech, he went through one by one. So our door had been open and will be open. We sat down, we listened to the industry, and based on the feedback from the industry, we make the transformative changes in our budget. So we are committed to serve the country of this, serve the population of this country, along with working with the business community, our foreign friends, our industry people. So we will not win, we will not achieve our target working alone. A government can never achieve that. So our commitment is to listen to the people, listen to the business community, listen to our international friends, and to working together, we will deliver the desired result, and we will deliver the Vision 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Advisor. We'll continue with the discussions during the lunch and also the networking. And before that, we're coming close to a session, to a very intense half-a-day Saturday. For closing that intensity and moving on to more normalcy, we'd request the Honorable State Minister, State Minister for Foreign Affairs, to give her concluding remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable State Minister.
It was intense indeed. But I would like to thank each and every one of you who have been present today since morning. I would like to thank our Honorable Foreign Minister and UNGA President-elect, Mr. President, Dr. Khalilur Rahman. He was extremely busy last 3 months in the campaign, but in the midst of that, he led us with enthusiasm, and he under his leadership, the Foreign Ministry, I think, is growing, and today's event is one of the proof of that. So I would like to thank you, sir, on behalf of everyone in the Foreign Ministry. I would like to thank the BIDA chairman and the team of BIDA for working with us diligently. And last but not least, every single person in the Foreign Ministry who has worked really hard last few weeks to make this event happen. I would like to thank our ministers and advisors who have been present today, our Finance Minister, Honorable LGRD Minister, our Sports State Minister, our Cultural Minister, our IT Advisor to the Honorable PM, previously we had our Education and Expatriate Advisor to the Honorable PM, and our Foreign Affairs Advisor. So the main purpose of this event was to emphasize the fact that the democratic political government is in place now. It is our political commitment, unitedly working for the people and for the country. So in the first plenary, we had a political compass. We have a policy dialogue, which actually set the tone for the conference today. In the second plenary, we had the finance financial sector. We had the, talk about the financial growth and the trade and investment part. And the third plenary, of course, one of the most important part of our diplomacy is sports, culture, creative economy, and AI technology. So, Foreign Ministry has recently, for the first time in history, launched few new wings. That is one of the wing is sports and culture diplomacy, climate resilience diplomacy, and migration diplomacy, which is very important for our economy, for our country, and for the people of our country. So we believe that Foreign Ministry will continue to be supportive, to facilitate, to assist all the other entities of the government and also the private sector, and the dignitaries, the diplomats, the chamber of the members of the chamber who are present today. We are here to facilitate. We are here to emphasize on economic diplomacy, sports and cultural diplomacy, and a very issue that's very close to my heart is women empowerment. The budget that has been given a day ago, it exudes women empowerment. Every sector, every point of the budget actually talks about female gender equality and women empowerment. So let's work together and let's build a new Bangladesh. Thank you all and welcome to lunch. Thank you.
So with that, we come to the close of this session. To great hopes, to great dreams, and to greater ambitions. Everyone, other than those who are on stage for photographs, are invited to the lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, to the lunch, please. We'll continue our conversation over there. Thank you.